Ladies and gentlemen, welcome into the Trap Draw podcast. It's that time of the year again. It's Oscars week. The Oscars are on Sunday evening. And so to get you ready for the show, myself, DJ Piehowski, and of course, Tim Simons, Big T, we're back to break down this year's crop of Best Picture nominees and talk about a whole lot of other stuff. So let me welcome in the crew, DJ Pie. Can't believe it's been another year, man. How are you?
I'm doing great, Big. I think if I get emotional, it's just tears of joy. That's all. I'm excited to be here. I can't believe how much I think about this podcast. It just is it's a true backbone of my year at this point. It frames the way I watch a lot of movies, the text threads, the friendship that the three of us have. It's great stuff, man. And I'm grateful we got another year here.
Yeah. Well, if you've gone back to the very start with our movie podcast, you might remember Neil Schuster used to sit in that third chair. We got rid of him after some very questionable takes. And I believe this is now, if my math is correct, I think this is the 5th anniversary of the three of us doing that. And us meaning our third, Tim Simons, Big T, live from Los Angeles. What's going on?
What's happening? I'm going to echo everything DJ said. It truly just something I look forward to all year. I was texting you guys earlier, like it has also become like in the past couple years a field trip for us of like meeting up somewhere and just kind of making jokes for 72 hours. And with the addition of Little Big, we aren't able to be in person this year, and right. And that's completely okay. Like, you know, these are the sands of time, as it were. Time's got to pass, things got to happen, but hopefully we'll be back together in person next year. But happy to be here.
Well, I think it's a 1-year hiatus doing this remotely. It's one of my favorite trips. Like you guys, this pod is a true highlight of the year. And honestly, it's constantly running in the background, right? I think any movie I see, there's always the question of, I guess, one, will this be nominated for anything? And two, like, is this either bad enough, weird enough, wacky enough, or good enough to talk about? And so here we are. Blanket spoiler alert. I'm just going to issue a spoiler alert for everything and anything, certainly the Best Picture nominees. So if you haven't seen them, here's your warning.
I feel like this pod also usually gets off the rails quick into just like, oh, here's a movie I saw from 1976, by the way. Let me talk about that one. So just spoiler alert for every movie.
For literally any movie you can think about.
Yeah, it could pop up.
Spoiler alerts.
I'm not saying it will, but it could.
We might have 35-minute segment on Tar again this year. You know, who knows?
It's bullshit Tar wasn't nominated again this year.
I keep thinking about Tar, man. I'm like, and maybe this will be the thing. Maybe it's tonight. I keep looking at like that 4K of Tar being like, oh, God.
Yeah.
But I'm always like, is tonight the night? Like, I want to make sure I'm in the perfect headspace. I don't want to watch it on a plane. And then, I don't know, I have other shit I've got to catch up on. So I'm like, maybe tonight's the night. I do want to tell you guys, earlier today, was telling Annie about how last year, when we did let's give every movie 5 minutes, and Big said like, okay, so we're gonna give every movie 5 minutes, and so if you look at the timer on the pod, you'll know if we hit that time. And there was like 2 hours and 36 minutes left.
Sure.
What a dream.
That's we'll see. We're looking to get better every day, so we might stick a little closer to it this year, or we'll do our best.
That was our homage to The Brutalist last year.
That's right.
Was the runtime. All right, let me thank our title sponsor, and that is our good friends at Roback Activewear. The subtle dog logo is calling our name, and it's just in time for Azalea season. Roback's Azalea collection is here. Fresh prints, clean colors, just enough spring energy to make you think this is finally your year. The classic Azalea print plus new designs to fit whatever you need. You know how much we also love the Roback layering. They just introduced their new Highlands hoodie. No drawstrings to flap around. Great stretch, really smooth feel. Lightweight but warm for those early tea times. This is a true golf hoodie, and we're here for it. Roback also dropped a lightweight vest, their Brookline vest. It's a really nice stretch, 2 pockets. This vest is made for the first 5 holes, and then you can throw it in your bag from there. It's perfect for spring golf. So if you're building your 2026 rotation, Roback's got you covered. Head to roback.com, RHOBACK.com. Use code NLU for 20% off your first order through the end of this week. T, before I list the best picture nominees, let's just double click into your life. You're in the business, shall we say. Just real quick.
What are you hearing, T? What are you hearing?
Oh, let me
Paramount Warner Brothers merger. I feel like we should spend some time there. Like, what's going on in the
What's
industry?
up with AI, T? You've been following this?
Oh my God. Just all, you know what, guys? All good things.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Just like Paramount, we're at the mountaintop, baby. I can't think of a time it's been going better. I would say, like, you know, it's a interesting thing because I personally have had like a good couple years, and I have to weigh that against the fact that like there's been a lot of upheaval. And you know, I used to remember antitrust laws. It feels like those were a thing for like a long time. And honestly, they might still be. And everybody's just like, nah, we don't have to do that. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Like that's like feels like a lot of shit. It's sort of like, was that a rule or was that a suggestion? Feels like we're really butting up against like, oh, most of this shit was a suggestion. Generally, personally, things have been going all right. Show that I'm on, we're like a week away from starting season 3. So if you're a fan of that show, I believe we'll be back sort of at the normal time-ish, you know, end of September, October, somewhere in there.
Can we talk about it?
Yeah, let's talk about it.
Do you want to plug it? Come on.
It's called Nobody Wants This. It's on Netflix. It's a romantic comedy starring Kristen Bell and Adam Brody, Justine Loop, Jackie Tone, and myself. A really wonderful group of people. We were a bunch of us were together at the Actor Awards last night. And I don't know how dialed in you were to that.
Finally, an award show for the actors.
Finally. Finally. One thing that's cool about the SAG Awards, or formerly the SAG Awards, is that actors, like, there's a reason we all got into this, and that is like a pretty big need for external validation. And but it ends up being so sort of beautiful and earnest that the SAG Awards have always had such a great vibe, because there is an aspect of it, I think, for the people that win. It kind of comes up in every speech, this idea that like, oh, this was voted on by my peers, like the people who I have always dreamed of working with are the ones who voted on this. And so that kind of adds like a really kind of like, you know, not to be too, like, you know, woo-woo about it, a sort of like beautiful and earnest, makes for a beautiful and earnest evening. And the real highlight last night, not kidding, was Harrison Ford got a like a Lifetime Achievement Award. And to be in the room for that is always very cool. These things play very differently in the room than they do on TV. And I think his speech played well for sure, but in the room you could hear a pin drop while he was giving this speech. It's kind of like a pitch perfect, beautiful, emotional speech that he gave. And I encourage people to go listen to it, just because I've seen a fair amount of those and they're always usually pretty good, but I just thought his was excellent. Like real gratitude, real thankfulness for a long, storied and lucky career that he had. And especially from like a sort of like, you know, a lot of stories out there of him being a little bit of a grump. He was just like very, I just thought he was incredible.
That's lovely. I love it. I feel like also, I don't know how much of this is related to this, but a kind of just they're not going to make him like that ever again type of guy, you know? So I imagine there's some gravitas to that too, where it's just like, here we got an actor being celebrated for a career that's just never going to exist again. There's no more Indiana Joneses really coming. What if I told you this guy was Indiana Jones and Han Solo? That's just probably not gonna happen again, at least not in the same way.
And not in the same way. And it was something that we kind of talked about.
Lots of Han Solos and Indiana Jones. Lots of them coming for sure, but not the original, I guess, is what I meant.
The idea of this movie star that kind of takes over, and I'm not going to declare it dead because I don't know, maybe shit works in cycles. And obviously, like in media, there's a lot of different places that people can go. It's not as much of like that feeling of you just go to the movie theater every weekend. It doesn't even matter what's playing. You just go look at the board. Like we don't really live in that world that that certainly I grew up in, and you guys are a little younger than me, but I feel like you saw some of that too. But there are very few people like him where everything they make is an event in and of itself. And just like one thing that we'll talk about this year, just while we're here, Leonardo DiCaprio is kind of one of the last ones. And to another extent, Timothy Chalamet, like people who are like, I'm going to make a movie every year, maybe every 2 years. But that movie is going to be really important because it's the one I chose to do.
Totally.
You know? And
Yeah.
Harrison Ford certainly occupied that space.
We're watching him, the wife and I, in Shrinking, the series on Apple, and I think he's fantastic there. Like truly to the point where I'm like Googling, does Harrison Ford have Parkinson's? His character has Parkinson's. I guess he does not. But when you were starting to talk about they were honoring him at the SAG Awards, I'm like, I had to double check. I'm like, is he sick? Like, is he? But it sounds like our guy's doing well. It's just a lifetime award. It's
just a lifetime award. Yeah.
Okay. Tim got a when I caddied for him a couple weeks ago in Orlando, he got a I love you in Shrink. That guy's in Shrinking. Love you in Shrinking.
Yep.
Yeah, so shout out to that woman and her friend if you guys are Trap Draw listeners.
And Randy, do you know what I said? I said,
oh thanks.
I said thank you.
Fuck you, I wasn't in that.
Yeah. Honestly, the best thing to do is just be like, thank you so much. You know what I mean? Because of that, I'm so glad you enjoy it. Just try, maybe I'm just like a people pleaser. I'm just like, I don't want to ruin their day.
Yeah. No, I hear you there. What else? Scream 7's out. If anybody wants to go see that. Anything you want to tease that you can tease, or we can certainly move on, but wanted to give you an opportunity here.
No, I mean, I think that's kind of it. Scream 7's out. Show will be back on again this fall, and just like everybody else, trying to find other jobs, and when another one comes up after all these, I'll let you know.
Perfect.
Just trying to play some G.
Just trying to play some G, you know what I mean?
All right, well, here are your 10 Best Picture nominees, and these are in alphabetical order. Of course, the main thrust of this show is we're going to count down our composite ranking from 10 to 1. But here they are: Bugonia, F1, Frankenstein, Hamnet, Marty Supreme, One Battle After Another, The Secret Agent, Sentimental Value, Sinners, and Train Dreams. Those are the 10 best pictures that will be vying for Best Picture come Sunday evening. Guys, question one. I feel like this is our question one just about every year, but curious what you think about this year's crop of Best Picture nominees, maybe compared to last year or compared to the last several years that we've done this. I feel like, just if I may, I feel like we were off to a slow start this year. It felt like I saw Sinners, and it kind of felt like, okay, Sinners is going to be one of the Best Picture movies. And then really not till One Battle After Another was there one where I was like, oh, this is definitely an important film. So I think we're fine. I think the overall crop is good, but I think it was a late arriving crop of films. At least that's how I felt about it.
I think that's right. Yeah, I feel the same way. I had a hard time getting greatly, as always, enjoyed the practice of watching everything, thinking about everything. I draw kind of a line at number 5 if I'm looking at my rankings, 1 to 10. I thought there were 5 that I really, really liked, and I thought there were 5 that I could kind of take or leave, which I guess is fair. You may feel differently, but not the strongest, not the weakest, just some forgettable stuff, I think, but some real high highs.
I would agree. I think for me, it might be a little bit stronger than last year, but I definitely agree that it was. I remember even Fennessy on The Big Picture early last year was talking about the movies that were coming out, and was like looking at like the releases in the fall, and was like, there was like a weekend where there were like 6 movies that were coming out, and probably 3 or 4 of them are going to be ones that we talk about, where it's like these are very crowded toward the end of the year.
Yeah.
Which got legitimately a little bit overwhelming.
For sure.
It is nice when they're a little bit when they're a little bit more spaced out. The one thing is that I would say, and then when when we get into rankings, I feel like the highs, maybe it's just like the averages, that the highs are so high it feels like it drags the whole year up a little bit. But my general sense is that I think this might be a little bit of a stronger year than last year.
Big, what about you?
Well, yeah, I think I agree with that, Tim. I was trying to think there, like, there's not maybe a huge difference that I felt between this year and last year, but I think you're right in that the highs are probably a little bit higher for me. Um, I guess on that subject, though, I'm curious. Last year's Best Picture, Anora. Have you guys thought much of it? Have you watched it? I have not. Hand up. I'm just. It's always fun, like a year later, to think about how much the prior year's Best Picture, kind of resonated or stayed in popular culture. And I feel like it's like, unless I go out of my way, I'm not sure anybody's really talking about Anora, which I think speaks to Tim's point. Maybe this year's high is a little bit higher.
Yeah, I feel like I wrote in my notes. I feel like it aged well mentally. I feel like my view of Anora got better and better. But that said, I didn't even come close to like hitting play and watching it again. I thought about it a couple of times. I'm like, oh, you know what? Maybe I kind of liked this and I kind of like that, and that's about as far as I got. So I don't know if that's a positive or a negative. I also haven't watched The Brutalist, a movie that I was just effusive about last year and was just raving like a lunatic about. So take that for it is an investment. It is an investment.
I think I would of all of them, I think those were probably in our top 3. Anora was probably up there for me as well. I mean, I know I had The Brutalist first. You can convince me still that Anora, even though I had The Brutalist as Best Picture, you can convince me that it's certainly like a deserving winner. And I think, with both of them, I still haven't gone back and watched. They don't have, and I'm sure I would love them if I did, but it doesn't have that call. Yeah. You know what I mean? And I'm sure I will. And maybe I should have rewatched them coming into this just to have a little bit more clarity. But of all of them, I wonder if the one that I'm the most likely to hit play on is going to be Dune Part 2.
Yeah.
Even though I liked the first Dune more than I liked Dune Part 2, but it's kind of fun to live in that world a little bit, like just big ass sci-fi thing. You know what I mean? It's beautiful. All the performances are great. I
do. I think that there's I don't want to tip my list, but I can just say that the first 2 films on my list this year, that the top 2 are just, they're a lot more fun to hit play on than The Brutalist and Anora.
Yeah,
I feel like, and that's probably not nothing as far as staying power goes.
Well, because you go back, I'm with you guys. I have not rewatched anything from last year, but if you go back 2 years to 2024, I'm just thinking Oppenheimer. Yes, I've rewatched Past Lives. I've rewatched Poor Things, and I've rewatched The Holdovers at Christmas time. So like I've rewatched 4 of those, which is interesting.
Did you dive back into Emilia Perez, Big?
Well, but I need to. I'm a little disappointed. I will say I still have not rewatched Drive My Car from however.
Remember how moved you were by that? Yeah. That was like it was like a freight train that hit you, that movie.
God, remember when we had to talk that much about Emilia Perez?
I have said I've probably quoted Emilia Perez more than any other movie that's come out in the last 10 years. With I see. I say that hundreds of times a week, I would say, but that's about it.
Yeah. Okay, here's a good question for you guys. So this being our 5th Oscars pod, so it goes back to the year, of course. How could we forget the year Coda? Did it win or was it just not? Oh my God.
It won.
It won. Okay. So I think that was the first year we had Big T. I'm just curious, and it doesn't have to be the actual winner, but maybe accepting this year's crop of movies, which we're going to talk about, any from like the prior 4 years that really stand out for you. and for me, it's like it's Tar. Right?
Yeah.
I've legitimately rewatched Tar 7 or 8 times.
Gosh. Yeah, I'm trying to think of an answer outside of Tar. Banshees of Inisherin, I really liked, and as a movie I think about fairly often.
I'm gonna throw.
Nightmare Alley is wildly underrated in a movie I've watched a bunch of times.
Dude, that's one where I'm always like, I need to rewatch
It's
that,
so
and I just
Yeah.
have not yet.
It's so
Got-
Yeah.
I'm gonna throw out. I just like in advance of this question, I went back. Just in 2024, there was Zone of Interest, Oppenheimer, Killers of the Flower Moon, and Anatomy of a Fall. And I think all of those I will probably return to. I think I've gone back to Killers 2 or 3 times. Oppenheimer, I'm probably in the 4 and 5 range. Zone of Interest, definitely a hard push play, but it's
So good.
always right there of like,
So-
God. So even like that year seems,
Yeah.
that would be the year so far that I might be like, that was the strongest year that we've done this.
Yeah, I hope our I hope we said that in the moment. I hope we realized how good we kind of had it that year. 'Cause
Yeah.
that was a really good one. Even Maestro is like a movie that is kind of weird and a little clunky,
Yeah.
but I'm like, ooh, I kind of want to watch that again. That
Yeah.
was cool. Yeah.
I'm going to throw down on 2023 just in case I'm forgetting something. But while I'm doing that, I also do want to shout out that Dave, I'm assuming everybody has seen that clip of Tina Fey on Bowen Yang's podcast where she's like, authenticity is expensive. And man, as soon as I saw that, I was like, huh, the boy talked about Coda a lot, didn't he? Yeah, year before that was, I think, the biggest takeaway from that one is going to be Tar.
What Tim said about Coda is why he's not in this series, Shrinking.
Yeah.
on Apple.
Yeah.
I think 2023, I don't know if you have it up. I mean, Tar is like standout.
Yeah.
I so called the Everything Everywhere All at Once. People losing their fucking mind about that movie. I haven't heard anybody bring that movie up.
No, you
No,
couldn't
stinks.
pay me. Guys, thank God we didn't get Avatar nominated this year. I didn't have to go see that. Thank God.
He's a big Avatar guy.
The second Wicked wasn't nominated.
I do love Avatar. The Wicked thing made me pretty happy. Sorry to all the musical theater kids out there. All the stress of all the movies that came out on the end of the year. I am an Avatar guy and still haven't seen Fire and Ash. Like I had tickets and then I ended up going out that weekend. I was like, I'll get to it. And then I just never got to it. I know I'll watch it and I'll probably enjoy it, but I am going to miss not having seen it in the theater.
I think I would like to rewatch The Fabelmans at some time. That's in that 2023 cohort. But yeah, I think 2024 is the best group of best pictures that we have done, and it will be curious. And I want to exclude 2026 guys. I feel like we might have to sit with it a year, but it'll be interesting how it slots. So anything else you need to get off your chest from last year's movies, or we can certainly move on?
No, I think
I got nothing.
Yeah, I got nothing.
Okay. Question 2 on the agenda, your favorite movies of this year that were not nominated for Best Picture. Is there somebody that would like to start us out here? Any movies that you especially enjoyed that are not in this group of 10?
I might start this one out because
Okay, please.
Because I had an experience with, and I think this authenticity, I beg of people not to pause halfway through and hear the second half of this. I was really looking forward to Eddington, and I went and saw it in the movie theater, and I fucking hated it. I had such a bad time. I did not fucking vibe with it at all. And I walked out being like, Ari Aster just wants me to have a bad time. And I really, really immensely disliked it. And for some reason, I decided to watch it again. And I have never had a bigger flip on a movie than I did on Eddington. The second time, DJ's pumping his fist. The second time I was like, that's a fucking masterpiece. It's so funny. It's so good. I think I just wasn't able to see what he was going for the first time. And I like came out, like walked out the first time being like 1 star, fuck you. Second time was like 5 stars, holy shit. I've had very few times have I had that big of a flip on a movie just by watching it a second time.
God, it makes me so happy, T. That was on my list of I think it was my favorite movie of the year that wasn't nominated. It felt very similarly to you, where I'm like, in the process of watching this, I'm just squirming. I'm like, I just want it to be over. And then it ended, and I was like, I don't think I'm going to think about anything else for, I don't know, 6 weeks. And it just was so affecting. I mean, it was the first real like COVID movie that I can, I'm sure there's pandemic elements to other things, but that one's, I mean, it's literally about COVID, and it just is a on-screen portrayal of so many little details that I forgot. Just checking people's forehead temperatures with thermometers before they get into cocktail parties, and grocery store aisles with like specific lane, like traffic directions on the floors. And it's just like, it is just such an overwhelming, like, oh my God, remember when that happened type of movie. And then he just takes it to 50 more levels, weighing in on media consumption and the way that people just slowly lose their mind while seeming completely normal. It's so funny. Like you said, I think he is establishing himself as the GOAT at using music in a funny way. I mean, the Beau is Afraid Mariah Carey scene, first of all, and then the Katy Perry fireworks scene in this movie is just like,
fucking hell.
I mean, it's so dark and so bleak and so fucking funny, and it just rules. I mean, it's a really hard watch, but if you put in the time and think about it, and you are like open to appreciating what he's doing, I think it is absolutely killer.
One thing that really stuck out to me the second time, and Big, I think you might appreciate this, is that I think I didn't really notice it or its importance, because the story kind of exists in the middle of the actual event of the movie, which is you open on a billboard announcing that a data center is going to be opened, and you end on the grand opening of the data center. And
Spoiler
I think
alert, that's what the movie's about. Can they get this thing across the line?
Yeah.
And there is a part of me that honestly kind of thinks this is why I think he might be a fucking genius, is because he showed, like, the guy that is advising Pedro Pascal on how to politically navigate opening this data center is ultimately at the grand opening advising the now mayor, Joaquin Phoenix, and that these forces behind data centers are intentionally driving Americans insane and to violence against one another to be able to slide a data center into their community, is, I think, a pretty prescient idea that we didn't see coming, that Ari Aster definitely fucking saw coming. And in this way, like, everything that happens in the movie is, in a way, not very important. It's just, this is what it took to get that data center built.
Yeah, it's all just like distraction, right? I mean,
yeah.
And
you're just seeing like the psychosis that is being fed to people in order for them to like push that over the line. Like, how can we do this? Well, we got to turn this town against each other. And I don't know. I thought it was fucking stunning.
I think it's it's a movie that made me feel very sane about how insane I feel kind of all the time. It's one of those movies that's like, no, there is insane stuff going on. That's probably why you're feeling anxious all the time. And it's because of all of this. It's all this just distraction and insanity that's going around, and how that slowly takes just normal, well-intentioned people and just turns them to a zillion. It's
I'm ashamed to say I haven't watched it yet, and now I'm like, I think the missus and I have to watch it tonight when we're done.
It's good, man. It's good.
I'm not sure there's a plot more up my alley.
Honestly, Big, this is like tailor-made for you.
Yeah. Well, that's great. That was gonna be first on my list. I'm glad you shouted that out.
All right,
I
cool.
would say the Phoenician Scheme was not, obligatory Wes Anderson shout out. One of my favorite filmmakers, everybody's favorite filmmakers. I wouldn't say a movie that like totally blew me away. I did really like it. It's still very very twee and Wes Anderson-y in spots, a little more accessible, I think, than some of the stuff has been, which I think had turned me off for a long time until I saw this, and it was I liked it enough that I was like, I think I need to go back and revisit Asteroid City and French Dispatch and some of these recent ones, and I did, and holy shit, they just like tore me up kind of revisiting both of those movies. And so I guess I would shout out Phoenician Scheme for making me want to go revisit those. But Asteroid City and French Dispatch both are, yeah, I think like borderline masterpieces that I just did not appreciate when they first came out. So kind of a roundabout way to get there, but watch the Phoenician Scheme. Benicio del Toro is great.
Have not seen that one either. I was the one I was gonna mention. Well, I have a couple if we want to keep going, but
Yeah.
this was actually nominated under documentary feature film, and it's the only documentary of those 5 that were nominated that I've seen, and it's The Perfect Neighbor. I believe it's still streaming on Netflix, and essentially it uses body cam footage. There's a woman shot by her neighbor, and they tell the story of how this shooting came to be through police body cams, jail cameras, ring cameras in the neighborhood. They use footage from everywhere to tell the story of how this one neighbor shot the other neighbor, and it's tough, and it's like it's gonna piss you off, but it's like it's a good fucking movie. So I would shout that one out. The other one, I truly don't think it like I'm not hurt that it's not a Best Picture nominee, but I was going back through my list of movies that I've watched this year, and The Black Bag was one that was just kind of like a smart, tight British kind of spy thriller that I just thought was fun. I'm not mad that it's not nominated, but that would be one that I would toss out there. It's a Steven Soderbergh film.
Big. I had that one on my list too, just because I remember going to see it in the theater, and you just don't like it isn't necessarily prestige-y enough to get into the best picture category, but it feels like that's a movie that we got so much more of back in the day, where it was like, this thing is
Yeah.
93 minutes long.
Yeah.
It is perfectly fucking executed. It's so fun. And I just, like that meme of the guy, like, and he's leaning forward in his chair. Like he's like something like he's leaning forward. I saw a guy like in the row, like sitting next to me in the movie theater, who did that in the last 15 minutes. And that's just what that movie is. You're just constantly like physically leaning into it because it's just so well done as like a spy craft, MI5 picture. It's fucking incredible.
I don't know how
Yeah.
I didn't see this. I don't know. I mean,
You
this is
will love
exactly
it.
my shit. I don't know
Yeah.
how I missed
I was
this.
gonna
Sign
say
me
some
up.
really good performances. Kate Blanchett, Pierce Brosnan, Michael Fassbender. Like it's a good cast, and like Tim said, like I feel like it's the type of movie that we should make a lot of. Like
Yeah.
it's just entertaining, and
Yeah.
you're gonna get in and out in under 2 hours.
And like, what if a master made something that was entertaining? And it's like both a good and a bad thing about it, that when it's done, all I wanted, I admire his restraint, but like I just want 15 more minutes of it. I don't know if that would affect it. I don't know if it would make it worse, but it's just so good. It leaves you wanting 10, 15 more minutes of it, that the night that I rewatched it like 2 months ago, I did the dumbest fucking thing. I was like, oh, you know what, guys? Like, it's kind of late. I'm going to start Black Bag. This is perfect. It's 93 minutes long. I'll go to bed. And I wanted more of it so much that I was like, fuck it. I'll just watch the first 20 minutes of The Killer. to get more of like Michael Fassbender with like a master director. And I just ended up fucking staying up to like 1:15 watching the fucking Killer. And I was so tired the next day. But like, that is the kind of movie it is. You're just like, I just want to be back in it. Yeah.
People aren't talking about The Killer enough. Remember how into that movie we were when it came out? That movie rocks.
It fucking rocks.
Hashtag process.
Yeah, exactly.
The others on my list, I'll say only because I do think people should go see it. And I'm not the first person to say this. I saw it this past week. Go into it not knowing anything. The movie Surat. This is the one movie that I will not spoil anything about it. Surat is fucking wild and a great time at the movies. And I think it has a lot of things, like very clear homages to one of my favorite movies. So that one was great. And one that I'll speak a little bit more at length about was The Bone Temple, like 28 years later, The Bone Temple, which is it's a movie about a zombie apocalypse and like this roving gang of psychopaths that somehow they make joyous, even though it contains some of the most disturbing shit you can ever see. I don't know how. I think it was Nia DaCosta who directed it. I don't know how she managed to make this movie about like joy and the beauty of humanity within a zombie movie. It's really fucking incredible, and I wish it had done better.
So I had never seen any of the 28 days later. I'd never seen any in the franchise, and I've watched the first two now, the two
nice
ones. So I have the one last year, I think, who was it? Dan Boyle directed.
Yeah.
And then this year, still to go.
All right, cool.
I am looking forward to them. Let me ask you guys this one that I'm like, I had a good. So like I'm looking through my letterbox. I had a pretty good ranking on it, and I think it might be one of those movies where like you guys hated. I'm not sure. It was A House of Dynamite on Netflix. I don't know if you saw it. Okay. Again, I'm not sure it deserves to be Best Picture. I'm not saying that, but I did. I found it. I enjoyed it. I guess.
Big. I'm with you. And I think we're on an island together, because I think most people really didn't like it. And I honestly really liked that movie. And I think the thing that people disliked the most was that it was the same story told, like the same period of time told 3 times from 3 different vantage points.
Right.
And the ending is the ending. And maybe we won't spoil that. I'm not worried about the audience. I'm just worried about Deej. But I really, really like.
You want me to mute it, then you can spoil it for everyone?
Yeah.
I thought there was a bar to clear, right, with that type of movie, where like it could be very bad, and I guess I was just more surprised that I thought they kind of, for the most part, I thought pulled it off. Like I thought it was good, but yeah, that was the other one.
I love it. I'm putting it on my list. I need to see it. It has been on. Well, I should say I'm keeping it on my list. It's been on there, and I just haven't gotten to it yet.
Okay. All right. Okay. I asked you guys to look through your letterbox this year, and this could be current year movies, or I'm just always curious, like prior year movies. What were the worst rankings that you gave to movies? Essentially, like what were your least favorite movies you watched this past year?
Oh man.
Oof.
And while you look, I'll start with one of mine, and it made me upset. The Materialists, I did not like at all.
And that's from your girl.
From our girl,
who did Past Lives, which you loved.
Exactly. So you can imagine your boy had high expectations going in. I think I came away with 2 things. One, I don't think I'm a fan of Dakota Johnson. Like there was something there. And I walked out of the movie, and I told my wife this. I was like, there was not one character in that movie that I felt myself like pulling for, deeply affected by. Like I didn't care. And those are my least favorite movies. Like when you can't grab me with anything, right? It doesn't have to be like a happy story. It doesn't have to be an upbeat one. I just want to feel something. And I thought The Materialist was just like I did not care. And that pissed me off.
Pissed me right off. That's a good call out. You know, T, I hope this podcast isn't affecting your future employment because Noah Baumbach is the dude. Love Noah Baumbach. I hated Jay Kelly. I had a really hard time watching it. I love George Clooney. I love like so much of the things that are going on with this movie, and I just really had a hard time getting through it. It just felt it just was not it for me at all. No offense to anyone, but that one I won't be revisiting anytime soon. Other than the Billy Crudup scene at the restaurant where he's reading the menu, like the dramatic reading of the menu, that was great. I think of just about every other part of that movie was not it for me.
I think I was kind of affected by pretty much everybody's takeaway from it, and I actually like, and yeah, I do love Noah Baumbach, but I still haven't seen it. I think I was really affected by people's general reaction to it, and the end of the year being so stressful for
Yeah.
movies of like trying to jam them all in that I was a little bit like, I know I'll get to this, but people have been not exactly high on that one.
Yeah.
I think I almost feel like, because I haven't seen Jay Kelly. Who was it? Was it one of you guys that were talking about like Sentimental Value is the movie that Jay Kelly thought it was?
Maybe that sounds familiar. Either
Yeah.
I remember either saying that or stealing that from someone else. I don't remember
Okay.
which of the two it was, but whoever said that, what a smart person.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's kind of how that's just certainly how I felt if I said that or passed that along because it was just there was just
It's so
yeah. Well, we don't have to jump the gun on Sentimental
Well, no,
Value.
no, no. I was just gonna say it's so funny because Jay Kelly was one of those that I was meaning to watch, and then I saw DJ post it on his letterbox with like a half star or whatever it was, and I was like, I still haven't seen it.
This is also why I started a different letterbox. Apologies to anyone who follows the one that's actually under my name, but because I don't know how my ranking system works. There's even stuff on here. Even my 1 to 10 doesn't even close to matching up with my star rating system in the moment. So
It's pure
yeah,
subjectivity.
take that with a
That's
grain
the
of salt.
beauty of
That
it.
is
Yeah.
all decisions are made in the 30 seconds after the credits roll. That's it.
I I have to
It-
say,
it-
I feel like I had a pretty good year of. I don't think I walked out of a movie being like, "Fuck that."
Other than
In
Eddington.
Yeah, well, except for Eddington, but look at how that turned around. Yeah, man, they had us in the first half. I'm not gonna lie. Uh, so yeah, I guess there was Eddington, but that really turned around. The only one, because I actually don't give star rankings. I really just use it a like a track, like to help me remember what I saw. And I've never been great at giving star ratings. So the only ratings I give out really are like, is this a 5-star movie?
Mm.
Or if it's so I don't really put too much on that because in my own head, like, am I really going to think about how much, like, what separates a 4 from a 4.5? Like, I don't want to do that. I don't want to have people
Right.
talking to me about it. Um,
It's also just funny, and honestly, this is a feature, not a bug. Justine and I talk about this all the time because she's the same way as you, like a smart person, who is like,
Hell yeah.
like this is ridiculous. What is this like subjectivity you're trying to? What is this gamifying you're trying to inject into this? She doesn't use stars either, but I get a big kick out of just like what are both 4.5 stars? Nacho Libre and Sentimental Value. I think those are both like for
Right.
what I'm looking for, those are both 90 out of 100. Like that's pretty damn close to perfect for me. And
Yeah.
I get a kick out of that.
The only thing that I can think of, which was, I don't necessarily know that I hated it. I think it was a movie that was frustrating because based off the preview, was really excited about it. Was the movie Him, which
Mhm.
was this movie about
Yeah.
like the quarterback who goes to train underneath, and like, did
Yeah.
he does he sign away his soul to the devil to be able to recover to be this great athlete, and it was, I think the reason that I throw it in there is because I just felt like it could have been a really fucking awesome movie. Like, all of the elements were there, and it just kind of got its own philosophy muddled. And every time you thought it was going somewhere, you'd be like, oh, it wouldn't. And then you'd be like, oh, well, maybe I'm missing something. And it would start going somewhere else. And then it wouldn't go there. And you're like, oh, I'm missing something. And then ultimately it just didn't go anywhere. It kind of didn't play within its own rules. And I
Yeah.
think it was less that I hated it. because it's incredibly stylish. It's really well shot. The idea is really interesting. Like, if you want to be him, like, what are you willing to sacrifice? All that, like, sort of athlete brainwash shit. And it just didn't like execute on the idea in a frustrating way more than I fucking hated it way. Yeah.
Did you guys like Anemone, a Daniel Day-Lewis movie?
Anemone, maybe?
Anemone?
Yeah. Anemone.
Anemone?
Would you say anonome?
Anano?
Well, that's what Neil told me. That's how he pronounced it.
Did you hear this news that Neil pronounced pint?
I was just listening to that.
Yeah.
Crazy. But he had said it correctly earlier.
Yeah.
And he says he like does that. Like, that's a thing. He kind of intermixes the two. Like, it wasn't like a one-time aberration.
Is there any?
I didn't see Anemone. Is what I'm.
Yeah. That's all leading to. I didn't see it either.
Which is, listen, crazy to say. Of just like, isn't your whole deal like Daniel Day-Lewis? Isn't this all you're asking for? And I'm like, I didn't get around to it, which is shitty. But I didn't hear great things, and I guess that kind of killed my momentum.
I think the film itself was it wasn't. To Tim's point, like, I wasn't like mad as soon as it ended, but if you're going to tell me Daniel Day-Lewis is coming out of retirement and is in a film, then it damn sure better be better than what that film left me with, which is just, it's disappointing.
Were you mad as hell?
No, it's the true like parent. I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed, which is really worse.
Which you can say now that you're a parent.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Can I ask a quick question? Just going back to Neil being the guest here before I came into the picture, is there any like simmering bad blood? Do I, you know what I mean? Like, is he upset in any way? Like,
he hates you, dude.
Oh man, I really like him too. It's like when you say like, oh, did an Oscar movie get snubbed? Like, you got to say, well, which one are you taking out? Like, I didn't want to take anybody out. I just wanted to be a part of it. You know what I mean?
I'm just here to help the team win, man. I didn't know you were going to lose your scholarship. Shit.
I actually kind of forget how or why it happened. I think Neil, like the first ones, we were all down in Jack's together. And then I think like Neil just had a hard time keeping up watching all the movies. So we needed somebody that had seen the movies.
Okay. Yeah. That's probably a hard hang when you're going through the rankings. Like, all right, I've seen 4 of these.
Because Neil had that impassioned takedown, I think, of Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
And he'd only seen the first half.
And then he revealed he had only seen the first half.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I don't think we're doing. I'm not doing this, man. I don't know what to tell you.
I don't feel bad. All right. If he is upset, I actually no longer feel bad.
Yeah. So
we might need to, maybe next year, I think we bring him for a guest Seggy. I think this podcast is not long enough. We might need to get him, just get his 10-1. I think would be great.
10-1. Don't have to be best picture films.
Yeah, that's true too.
Maybe don't even have to be current year movies.
Apocalypto is going to be on there. That's one of his faves.
Dangerous Game or whatever or the Jackal.
The Jackal. Yeah.
All right, we'll keep it moving. Question 3 here, and I'm reading straight off the agenda. Did Tim have a more embarrassing movie moment this year than when his phone randomly started playing a podcast in Milwaukee while we were all watching One Battle After Another at the Orient Theater?
Reader, he did not.
Oh shit.
And I gotta tell you, when that was happening, as I was sitting in my seat, I was so indignant because I was like, who the fuck is talking during this movie? Absolutely ruining the experience.
Piece of art.
It's a piece of fucking art, and we're all here at this beautiful independent movie house, and you're gonna just fucking talk to your friend? And then I was like, oh shit. It was a fucking podcast playing through my phone.
Oh, and I don't know how that happens, but I can tell you I was sitting right next to Tim, and it's that like 3 seconds where it's like, is somebody's phone? What? Like, you just indignant, right?
Yeah.
And then you're like zeroing in on the source of the audio, and I look down and I'm like, oh my God, Tim, it's you. And then you're furiously trying to get your phone out of your pocket. And I don't know how that happens, Big T, but man, that was a highlight of my year.
It's not gonna. It's not. I love that you have a child, and that's the highlight of your year.
Well, tied probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's 1A, 1B.
It has happened to me a fair amount of times, and I think like maybe it's just the way I put my phone in my pocket. I think I was coming back from the bathroom, so like maybe I put my phone back in my pocket and I brushed the play button, because there are plenty of times where I'm in the grocery store and I just realize, I'm like, oh fuck, this thing's still playing, and then I got to go back and like rewind it and figure out how much I listened to or didn't listen to. I was like wandering through the grocery store aisles. It was not my best moment, and I do tend to be a little bit of a movie theater Nazi about the texting and the fucking talking and whatever. So that's like hand up, as the gentleman would say. Hand up, that is on me.
No intent though. There was no
Yeah,
intent.
no intent.
Yeah.
No.
Any other good movie theater experiences for you? Because I think, I mean, we'll talk about it, but that evening, one battle after another, just perfect little late summer fall day in my favorite theater, the Oriental Theater here in Milwaukee, with you guys and our buddy Nick. I mean, it's about as good as it's going to get. I got to see 8.5 for the first time. I'd never seen 8.5.
Ooh, nice.
And got to see that at the same theater, which was very, very fun. But yeah, that one's going to be hard to top.
Should we tell some of the maybe we'll save the details of our response for when we're talking? Okay.
Yeah.
I would say like movies that were really fun to watch in the movie theater. The two that come to mind saw Weapons like a week and a half after it came out on a Monday night, and the theater was fucking packed and everybody was having a fucking ball. Just having the best time, like laughing when crazy shit happened, and then everybody laughing because everybody realized they were all laughing. It was like that kind of thing. And then a similar experience but smaller crowd was when we were down in Lake Nona. DJ and I went to go see Send Help, the new Sam Raimi movie, and it was just like a ball to watch in the theater, like the kind of shit where I was like looking at the woman next to me who was like on a date night with her husband, and we were both just looking at each other after like, one of many fluids, and I won't ruin the surprise of what happens,
of what comes out of where,
but we both just like looked at one another, and without saying anything, we're like, we're having the best time, right? This is fucking so fun.
Yeah.
It was that kind of thing that it makes you turn to look at the people that you don't know in the movie theater to be like, this fucking whips.
Yeah. I had an experience that I was wanting to share here. We have the wife and I, we have a good friend couple out here in Denver who was also pregnant this past year, and they were like 3 months ahead of us. And so the only thing that's important there is the wife was pregnant. We love going to watch movies with them when we can. This particular evening, the husband was out of town, and so my wife is the biggest Conan O'Brien fan, and she goes, if I want to go see If I Had Legs, I'd kick you. We don't really know what it's about. We know Conan O'Brien's in it. And so
it's going to be funny.
I take two pregnant women to go see that. And where it gets better, our friend is named Caroline. And if you've seen the movie, there's a character named Caroline, a new mother, who, due to the stress of new motherhood, essentially just walks off into the ocean. And as this is playing out over the course of like an hour 40, like the most uncomfortable movie, all about like the traumatic anxiety and just kind of awfulness around having a child. Like we were in the back row, literally kind of like those church giggles, like where we were just recognizing the absurdity of like, I dragged these two pregnant women who are like both in their final trimester to come see this movie that's all about like the awful anxiety of being a parent. And like I said, just the cherry on top, having a character named Caroline go walk into the ocean.
So I'm so glad it went that way, because man,
that's a fun one.
I actually got it. I got when I posted the other day that I had finally seen Hamnet, I got a message from Kat being like, I have never cried so hard in my life. And I like 100%.
That was the other one.
That, but I'm glad that at least If I Had Legs, I'd Kick You went to the funny version of that. Like, we're going to laugh about how this is going.
Yeah.
Rather than the sobbing. But yeah, that's both pretty tough movies when it comes
just a tough night out at the movie.
Yeah,
that's what that was. Yeah, Hamnet, a lot of emotions in this household as we watch that.
Yeah.
So, shall we move on?
Let's do it.
Yeah.
All right. Let's. We're not going to obviously pick every category, but I do want to just pause quickly on Best Actress and Best Actor. So let's start with Best Actress. Your nominees are Jessie Buckley from the aforementioned Hamnet, Rose Byrne from the aforementioned If I Had Legs, I'd Kick You, Kate Hudson from Song Sung Blue. I think I'm going to pronounce this incorrectly, but Renata Reinsve.
I think that's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
Okay. Yeah.
From Sentimental Value, and Emma Stone from Bugonia. My question, any strong feelings? Who is your pick for Best Actress?
I mean,
do you want to start?
Sure. I mean, I think Jessie Buckley is going to be the conventional wisdom, and she's great. She's great in everything. Obviously, not breaking any ground there. But man, I love Renate Reinsve. I think she's just. I really love that movie. Spoiler alert. We're gonna get into that, but I think Jessie Buckley is gonna get a ton of flowers. Probably going to win Going Away in that category. But I would shout out our girl Renate with my time on this here podcast. I think she's doing high level shit, to quote our guy Chalamet in that movie, and also in The Worst Person in the World and the other Joachim Trier movies she's in. I'm just have become a big fan almost entirely because of this podcast and kind of being not forced, but creating a mechanism to see movies that I may not have seen otherwise. And I just am feeling very rewarded as I see her kind of stack up performance after performance, and can't wait to see what she does after this.
There is a part of me that, like, I think she is incredible. And one thing that I love about her, which, I mean, we'll talk about Sentimental Value when we get there. There's something sort of very, and I don't mean this in like the manosphere way. Like, there is almost something very un-American about her performances of like, they are immensely nuanced and not very showy. And I love that she is getting this recognition for something that would probably generally go unrecognized in the States. But I mean, she is incredible in that movie. I think and again, I think Jessie Buckley is probably going to win is going to win Going Away. But I honestly was so blown away by Rose Byrne in If I Had Legs that even if it doesn't even have a chance, I feel like maybe I also like loved Emma Stone in Bugonia. I just think that there was something about what Rose Byrne did in that movie that kind of seems impossible. And I guess I'm kind of talking out of both sides of my mouth because it is a much showier thing. It is a much showier part, but the level of anxiety that she hit and her commitment to it in every moment just feels fucking exhausting. And especially that scene, like, it's so effective, like boiling motherhood down into throwing yourself, basically being like, I'm just going to drown myself because this is impossible, and not even being able to accomplish that, being constantly knocked back into the waves. Like, that kind of is what parenthood, and obviously this movie is speaking more to motherhood, but that's what motherhood is, like throwing yourself into the waves and constantly being knocked back. And then when your child comes over to you, say, I'm going to do better. Like, what a fucking unbelievable performance in that movie. Yeah, that's where I think that's where I'm gonna go.
I love it. That's a sales pitch. I steered clear of it because of the trap that Randy fell into. But that's probably not good movie going.
To be clear,
practice. I need to bite the bullet and dive in.
Well, and I'm so glad that Tim gave that very coherent, like, obviously well thought out summary of the movie and the performance, because all of that was lost on me as I'm like constantly looking over at
Getting
these
duffed
two
by the
women.
waves.
Just just should we go? What do you
Yeah.
want to do? You tell me. Like, is this too much?
Like, we can still give it up for adoption. There's like safe drop fire departments around. But to that point, Deej, like of like being like, oh, I don't know if I want to engage with that. I have like talked with Annie about being like, I think you should watch it, but also you probably shouldn't. And I do think also our wives specifically, this movie might hit pretty hard because a lot of those phone conversations she's having with her husband are like, you know, him being like out of town working and like at a baseball game with his friends while she's going through fucking hell. And, you know, he's like, what? I can't go to a baseball game. We had the night off. I'm not there. I can't help. So, like, this, I think, to the audience of the three of us, that is going to be a tough hang for our wives.
It's good. That's good intel.
The only thing I was going to ask, I have not watched Song Sung Blue with Kate Hudson.
You know where they had their world premiere at the Oriental Theater here in Milwaukee.
No
Really?
kidding.
Yeah, how about that, huh? Hugh Jackman,
that's
the
cool.
whole deal.
Holy shit.
Huh.
Yeah, I didn't go, but you know, they're doing it.
They were doing
Anyways,
it.
what you were saying, I'll give you the last word. Ready? What were you saying?
No, I was just wondering if either of you saw it, because I did not.
I didn't. I almost hit play the other day, and I didn't, which is quite a story.
Okay.
Yeah, hand up. I have not seen Song Sung Blue either.
Okay.
I've heard good things. You know, I like Neil Diamond. I think it's, you know, I'll watch it at some point, but haven't gotten there yet.
All right. Best actor nominees. Guys, I feel like this is kind of loaded. I was
It
gonna
is
ask
big
him
time
if-
loaded.
It's big.
if we're gonna look back and be like, there were some goats here, but Timothy Chalamet for Marty Supreme, Leonardo DiCaprio for One Battle After Another, Ethan Hawke for Blue Moon, Michael B. Jordan for Sinners, and then Wagner Moura for The Secret Agent. I got to tell you, I don't know who to give it to there, because I really liked. I have not seen Blue Moon with Ethan Hawke, but I really liked the other four actors and their roles. Like I'm that's such a cop out, but I if you press me, probably my vote would go to Leo, but I'm not going to be upset whoever wins this one.
And honestly, Big, had you seen Blue Moon, this only gets harder.
Blue Moon's sick.
Yeah.
I really loved Blue Moon.
And it is such a showcase for Ethan Hawke, and he is fucking incredible in it. There is like a sort of physically transformative thing about it that I think is really cool. Like, I love the man that Ethan Hawke has grown into.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That, like, you know, coming up with him, he was very much like, obviously like a beautiful young man, and like, you know, been always kind of like in romantic leads, and he sort of like has just become this immensely serious sort of chameleonic, I don't know what the word is, but like this chameleon of a performer. And this is like sort of an even higher level of that. Like, he's incredible in it. And I don't know, it might be hard to, it does kind of seem like Timothy is going to win. I know that Michael B. Jordan won last night at the SAGs, but I don't necessarily know that that's as much of a precursor win as other award shows. But one thing, I guess the one thing that I would shout out here is that if Timothy wins, incredibly deserving, he's amazing in that. I think when it comes to Leo and Michael B. Jordan, it's almost like the lighting, like there's a thing about lighting design where it's like the best lighting design you don't notice. And Leonardo DiCaprio and Michael B. Jordan and Wagner Moura, kind of the same. They're so good you don't notice how good they are. And that is like sort of very selfless for the movie. And that is kind of how I feel about that. Like, Michael B. Jordan is so good at the differences between Smoke and Stack that you just think it's two different people. And Leonardo DiCaprio shares that, even though he is the absolute lead of that movie, he shares so much of it that you kind of forget he is the lead of it. And Wagner Moura is so kind of gentle and unshowy in a lot of the stuff that he's doing that you forget how fucking hard that is. Like, I don't know. Those are kind of the things that I would say about those that makes this so hard. That, you know what I mean?
I do. I don't have a lot to add. I feel the same way. I'm like, if I was power ranking him, I don't even know how I would do it. Leo probably would be number one, but I'm having a hard time, and I'm not smart enough or good enough at this to know if I'm like, well, I just want to hang out with that character for 10 or 12 hours, or if I
Yeah.
am like,
Yeah.
I just want to hang out with Leo specifically. I think it's probably not an accident that he's just every character he plays you kind of want to hang out with for a long time. Even the dirtbags are fascinating to hang out with. So I don't think that's on accident, but he's probably my number one. The Ethan Hawke thing, just because I don't know if we won't talk about Blue Moon again. I would say if you're like me, somebody who is very into musicals but doesn't want to watch a musical, Blue Moon's, I mean, your shit. You know, it's a movie about
Yeah.
musicals that's not a musical. You just want to talk about the idea of musicals. That's what this is. It's all ideas. It's just it rules. It's so funny. It's kind of a Left Behind type of movie, which I always really really love. Kind of from the Inside Llewyn Davis, like what were the guys that got left in the dust by Bob Dylan type of movies. That's what this is. It's just really 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 good. And if any of that sounds like something you might like, you should definitely give it a chance. Michael B. Jordan's literally playing two different people. I mean, like you said that, but that
Yeah.
probably that probably deserves to be said twice, ironically.
Yeah.
I heard a couple of different people make this point, but like he somehow has chemistry with himself,
Yeah.
which is shocking to think
Yeah.
about, you know, and that's like, you know, how good you must have to be in order to do that. That's incredible. And Wagner Moura is just, yeah, incredibly subtle, and I think have some thoughts on that movie, but he kind of keeps you locked in a movie that can maybe feel a little all over the place. He kind of keeps you locked in every time he's on screen, which I think is a massive compliment. I think I probably, and I don't know if we want to dip a toe in, but I watched Marty Supreme for a second time,
Mm-hmm.
and I really liked it a lot less than the first time I saw it. And some of that is, I don't know how much of that's Chalamet. I'm having a hard time separating out Chalamet versus some of the other elements of the movie. But weirdly, I ended up bumping on him a little more than I ever have in the past, which I think is probably controversial based on the reaction that everybody else had. But the first time I was just like, man, I can't look away. And the second time I'm like, it's a little bit, it's a little grating, and I know that's kind of the point, but I'm just not having as much fun as I maybe thought I was going to.
And I'm not too proud to admit, and you said it earlier about like just wanting to maybe hang with Leo's character. Like I come at this stuff as the complete lay person, and like that stuff matters to me, Deej.
Yeah.
And I
Yeah.
totally agree with like the shout. Like part of the point of that character is his energy and his aggression and his want to, and it just kind of beats on you and wears on you. And like I can't help when I watch that, like that's gonna have an effect on me. So yeah, but I love hearing Tim's perspective because I'm like, oh well, that's like the smart analysis. That's
You give me a
really
lot
nice.
of credit, and I
No,
appreciate
I mean,
it, but
I think you speak about it in terms of like the profession, and I'm just like, you know, the guy sitting in front of a screen.
I guess I haven't gone on too much. I think I haven't seen, I feel like Marty Supreme is one that I have only seen once, and I guess and we'll talk more about the actual movie. I think it's the kind of thing that I will have more things to say about after the second time, because like anything that is almost 3 hours long, it's almost impossible to get your arms around it without watching it twice. So that one is going to be a little bit of a harder conversation, but I do think that I don't mind spending that much time with somebody that grating. And so I guess this is all to say I am actually very impressed and complimentary of how good he is in it. But I don't know that I think it's going to take a second watch for me to be able to speak more eloquently about like specifics of his performance. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, last question before we get into our official composite rankings. Did you hate any movies this year? This is kind of I think this started when DJ and I both absolutely hated A Star Is Born. I don't hate any of the Best Picture. Like I don't have a contrarian take on any of the Best Picture films.
That's where I would be. I'd be ginning up some insincere hatred here, and I don't hate anything. There's some that I will never think about again.
Yeah,
but I don't hate it. I don't hate any of them. I had a fine time at least a fine time at all of them.
I think there's one that I could more than just a little bit more than insincerely gin up some hatred for, but even then I would feel insincere. You know what I mean? I think I may be a step above DJ, but not enough to really commit to it.
We'll see. Give us another couple hours. We might get there.
Yeah, give us another couple hours. As I get tired, it might start coming out.
All right. Before we get into our rankings, guys, just a little PSA for all you trap stoolies. That's the term I believe Mr. Poosh has affectionately labeled the trap draw listeners. It's come to our attention. Many of you have been clamoring. There's pandemonium. Folks are in the streets looking for more trap draw style content. And if you're one of those peaceful yet passionate protesters, consider joining the Nest if you haven't already. What is the Nest, you might ask? That's a great question. The Nest is our membership program here at No Laying Up, our privatized version of Patreon. I almost said Patreon. Coming into 2026, and let me talk about this because I do want to be very sincere about this. We have made a real point. We've given the Nest member program a bit of infusion, if you will, some capital infusion, some renewed vision, some renewed effort and time dedicated to making it the best that it can be. And so here's why you should consider joining or continuing your membership if you're already a member. Here's what you can expect now. 2 Nest exclusive podcasts per month. Sometimes these will be golf related. Sometimes they won't be golf related, but we're really working to make these episodes additive to our content and a chance for you to dive a bit deeper into the No Laying Up universe. And then you're also going to get access to Nest exclusive videos. We have a great backlog already of Nest exclusive features that you are more than welcome to go back and watch when you do join. And this year we've already dropped 2 Nest exclusive vlogs, I think is what we're calling them. One featuring these 2 gentlemen, DJ and Big T from the LPGA Tournament of Champions. And one has come out from the boys' time around Pebble Beach. And I can say there's going to be a new one dropping soon with Players Week this week, as it were. So in addition to that, Nest members, you get a 15% discount to the NLU Pro Shop, and you can use that on as many orders as you want. You get access to the Refuge, which is our message board. It's a great place to get involved and connect with like-minded folks in your area and across the country and even across the world. And we're also working on drumming up some special discounts and benefits from our sponsors exclusive for those Nest members. So if you've considered joining in the past, now is really the perfect time to take the plunge. Go to nolayingup.com/join. That's nolayingup.com/join. We'd love to have you in the boat.
Just want to say the only note that I forgot to give about the Lake Nona vlog, DJ, and this is on me, is that I felt like I should have asked. There was a moment where like you're at the tee box on 10 and I'm walking up and I give you a dab, but I'm kind of deep background. I felt like I should have asked you to punch in on that a little bit.
Yeah, I did. I think the meta glasses only punch in so far, I think was
before it gets the
issue that we had. But that's helpful from the studio though.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that brings us to the main event for this podcast. Just like every year, our methodology is as follows. We all rank the best picture films from 10 to 1, and you get points based on that ranking. So 10 points for your best ranked film, 9 points for your second, 8 points for your third, et cetera, et cetera. I tally up the total points for each film, and then I create our composite top 10. We are going to unveil them like we always do from 10 to 1. So, gentlemen, without further ado, our 10th rated movie this year, and I can report it is unanimous. It was number 10 across all 3 of our
Okay.
rankings, and that
Wow.
is Frankenstein,
Mm-hmm.
the Guillermo del Toro movie. It is a Netflix movie. It is 2 hours and 30 minutes. It tells the story kind of the human relationship, the care, the what between the creator of Frankenstein and then Frankenstein himself. Deej, I'm going to throw it to you. Why'd you have it 10?
Sure. Well, I love your one of your prompts is the one sentence review, which I always enjoy. And this one, I think it's simple, guys. Who's the real monster? Might be Guillermo del Toro. Just kidding. Just kidding. I don't have a ton to say on this one, which is why it's 10th. I think just a movie that I did not hate, to your earlier question. I kind of didn't love the first half. I liked the structure. I liked the, his side sort of structure of it. But Oscar Isaac's somebody that I absolutely love watching on screen, just not given a whole hell of a lot to work with. It's just feels pretty painfully like straightforward and forgettable. Weirdly, this is not me casting stones. I'm not a great CGI artist either. But if you're Guillermo del Toro and your whole thing is like monsters and the movie's about a monster, like the CGI is really tough. I don't know why I was so turned off by like the wolves and how bad they looked. And some of that stuff just like completely took me out of it. I don't know. I don't want to piss all over everything here, but Jacob Elordi obviously was great. He was really, really good and a massive bright spot to a movie I probably otherwise would have just completely forgotten.
Yeah, one thing that but I think this is almost indicative of Guillermo del Toro and my relationship to him as a director, in that like we've been doing this for 5 years, and I think this and his last movie was Nightmare Alley, right?
I
Or is
think
there
he had
one?
another. Did he do Pinocchio since then, or was
No,
that
he
before
did,
then?
and I never saw that one.
Same.
He is somebody who's, when I like his movies, I love them, because I
Totally.
remember Nightmare Alley being number 1 for me that
Yeah.
year. But like when I don't like them, they really just don't affect me. He's one of those people that like it's real hit or miss, real hot and cold. And with this one, like I guess like if I was going to be funny about it, I just watched this movie and I'm like, man, I don't give a fuck about any of this. Like I think the things I feel like I can be complimentary of are like, I love his commitment to doing a lot of things practically, and or even heard a story about like just like the fabrics that he uses on the tablecloths. Like his attention to detail for these kinds of things are incredible. And this is probably just a me thing. Like there are certain stories that have just never been my thing. Like, and I've seen untold Frankenstein movies, and I think the only one I really like is Young Frankenstein. Like, you know what I mean? I just kind of don't give a fuck about this story. So he's kind of getting me at a low ebb on whether or not I'm going to like this one. You know what I mean?
I deeply, yes, which is where I'm being tongue in cheek on the who's the real monster, because that's obviously a line in the movie, and I'm just a little bit like, oh, dog, like 2.5 hours, and like that's what we were. Oh no, I knew that part before I got here. Like I knew yeah, and it just is I don't know, just kind of an answer to a question I wasn't really asking.
Yeah.
I echo those sentiments. I think the cardinal sin of this movie is it's eminently it's going to be forgettable for me. It's not going to piss me off. It's not going to, obviously I didn't like love it. It just, it was. And so I'm like you guys, when you layer in then 2.5 hours of that feeling, it's just not a great combo. I wanted to like this. Like I love exploring some of those questions around, I don't know, like science and the morality of some, like there are some meaty kind of questions that I think this movie is driving at. And the biggest shame to me was at the end, it didn't make it to where I like cared, right?
Yeah.
Or like
Yeah.
it didn't like it's not like the movie, the credits rolled and you're immediately wanting to like discuss all this with the person you saw it with. And so yeah, it ultimately just kind of fell flat for me. And I DJ, like you said, like I like didn't hate it, didn't love it. Like it just somebody had to be 10, and this was kind of an easy choice for me to be 10.
Yeah.
I think my favorite part of it was probably when Christoph Waltz gets fucking bodied, just falling through that big ass hole, and Guillermo del Toro is just like, "I'm going to show you like worst possible body hit." Like that, I was like, "Okay,
more of that, please.
more of that."
Yeah, I liked the stuff with Frank. You know, I was gonna say Frankenstein, but that's not the monster, and the old man in the during the
Yeah.
winter. That was
Yeah.
all that was nice. But outside of that, I'm like, I don't care about the rest of this movie.
It was like there was some stuff with his dad that I thought was like really compelling, is sort of the cruelty of his dad. And I think like Mia Goth is somebody that I kind of just like low key kind of love everything
Yeah.
that she does. I think she just like she makes like really weird, cool choices, and she's always in interesting things. She kind of can't help but be compelling. And I liked the dual role thing, and but yeah, there just weren't a lot of moments that really like made me excited, but definitely the one of like I really felt when the old man gets
Yeah.
killed by the wolves, and like how much that affected the monster,
But
you
also
know.
the wolves just look really bad. I don't mean to get hung up on
Yeah.
that, but I'm like, oh, this
Yeah,
is
yeah, yeah.
supposed to be the part that's like wrecking me, but it just feels silly because
Yeah.
it's just like looks like he's getting killed in a video game here,
Yeah.
and this is okay. How
Yeah.
much is left? Yeah. So
Did you guys watch and or enjoy Shape of Water?
I definitely watched it.
Because that's one hand up. I have not watched it because nothing about
Really?
that movie seems interesting to
Uh,
me. Yeah.
I I don't know. I liked it. I remember like it. I haven't revisited it. It could be my Everything Everywhere All at Once. I watched it when I was obviously however many years younger and probably hadn't seen as many like quote unquote weird out there abstract type of movies. And I just remember going into that one with like a totally open mind and really digging it. Whether or not it should have won Best Picture that year, I don't know, but it's one I have very fond memories of. And if I
Okay.
revisit it again, I don't know how I'd feel, but I, maybe that's kind of why I haven't.
And again, I think I a hand up, I still haven't seen it either, and I think that's just a, a really more of like a my taste thing, that Guillermo like
Yeah.
when he hits, he really hits, but I'm never like it's just like not my particular thing that I get excited about.
Yeah.
And so I tend to miss, like I missed Pinocchio and I missed Shape of Water, even though it was like huge and won Best Picture. I was like, yeah, I'll get to it. And I just kind of never have.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, it's tough looking back on the other nominees that year and seeing that it beat Phantom Thread, Get Out,
Oof.
Dunkirk, Lady Bird, Call Me by Your Name, The Post, Darkest Hour, and Three Billboards outside Ebbing, Missouri or Mississippi. So that's tough.
It was
Yeah, that's pretty tough.
apoplectic that it beat out Phantom Thread.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
will say
Yeah.
I do remember liking it. I don't think I liked it more than about 5 of those other movies that I just
Yeah.
named, though.
Everything that you just mentioned, I was like, oh shit, I should watch that one again.
All right, so I don't think we have to
Move
spend
on.
a
Yeah.
ton
Let's
of
move
time
on.
here. We're gonna take our time savings where we can get it. Our next movie, the number 9 movie. Yeah, if you're scoring at home, Frankenstein earned 3 points. This 9th rated movie earned 8 total points. And
Ooh.
that is F1, the Formula One movie on Apple, starring Brad Pitt, among others. Big T, maybe I'll toss it to you. What just kind of overall thoughts, maybe one sentence view of F1?
He's flying, man. I think that like I remember like I watched this like it's like one of those ones where I'm glad that it's in this conversation, because I don't like, the Oscars tend to do a little bit, a little bit more high-minded-y shit, and they ignore the stuff that is just exciting. And so, like, it's cool, like, going back and seeing, like, oh yeah, Top Gun Maverick was nominated for Best Picture. It's fun to see those in there.
Same director.
Yeah, and it's like same director, and I mean, I think you can probably copy paste the movie and just put it right on top of one another, and it kind of
What
is
if Top
exactly
Gun
the same.
Maverick was about cars?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And in a way, like, fuck yeah. Like, what if Top Gun Maverick was about cars?
That's my one sentence was hell yeah, brother. And
Yeah,
that's,
hell yeah, brother.
was it good? I don't know. It was sick.
It was sick. And I saw it in the movie theater, and again, this is almost like an Eddington situation where, like, I think, we all know, like, a little bit about F1. I do enjoy watching it. Seeing it in the movie theater, I was like, yeah, that's pretty good. And, like, when you get to the end and she says the line about how he's flying around the last lap, I like kind of rolled my eyes when I was in theater. I was like, fucking come on. And then I like watched it again at home. And when it got to that moment, I was like legitimately moved. I like actually like got like, like my hair stood up a little bit. I was like, fuck yeah, he's flying. I think it's just fucking awesome that it's in there, and it's so fun. But it's like at number 9 because I also like to be high-minded about some of these things. And like, I don't really know that I'm going to argue that F1 is like a better movie than Bugonia is. You know what I mean? That's sort of what I would say.
Totally. I think it's yeah, I mean a pretty bad movie.
Yeah.
That I just had a great time. Like there's no getting around that. I'm like honestly the calculus that I got, because I had it number 9 as well. And when I got to the bottom of my list, I was like, okay, tonight you can either watch Frankenstein or you can watch F1. And I'm like, it's not even close.
Not even
Like,
close. 100 times out of 100
for watching
Yeah.
F1 again. That was like, and of course is the same thing you hear everywhere else, but the race footage is incredible. The way it's shot, all the feats and the hoops that they had to jump through to get all that footage, and just all the technical aspects of it are like, well, that's a massive part of movie making too. The plot is another part, sure.
Yeah.
But it's the writing, that's another part as well. But you can't deny that it was it's just a kick-ass time of turning up your speakers and watching fast cars. I don't know.
Turn it up.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, you guys, if you're piecing this together at home, you guys both had it 9, which means I had it 7th. And
okay,
to just give a little context, this was the movie I watched the most recent, and actually as we're recording this last night. And
okay, it's still playing right now.
Yeah. Here was my one sentence review. Was F1 was to me what I think Top Gun Maverick was to a lot of other people. In that I think F1 hit harder for me than Top Gun Maverick hit for me. I appreciated I appreciated the realistic race scenes, DJ, to your point. I feel like I'm not like the biggest gearhead with F1. So to my knowledge, though, it was like everything was pretty spot on with like the sport and just kind of like nailing those details. I can tell you my wife said the whole plot out loud within the first 25 minutes of the movie. He's going to hook up with the race director. We all knew he was going to win the race. We knew he was going to walk away. Like, yeah, the plot, you could see it coming a mile away. But God damn it, if I'm not excited that Brad Pitt gets to play that role.
Yeah.
Like, just Brad Pitt being a dude is something I'm here for. And I'm like, yeah, 2 hours. Was it a little long? Yeah, it was a little long. It was a little long.
You know what? I feel that way about F1 sometimes.
Right.
How many
Kat said, could we have done this in an hour 40? Yeah, we probably could have done this all in an hour 40. But I didn't mind the length of this, and I think more than anything, I was just like, Brad Pitt, like that's a guy I want to, like that's a guy I want Brad Pitt playing. And so I bumped F1 up a couple spots for those reasons.
There is something, and I did hear like around the premiere that there was an actress whose name I can't remember, where basically they were kind of apologizing publicly to this one actress who was like, we cut out your entire storyline. I feel like this movie shot over the course of 3 years, cost upward of $300 million. I mean, for obvious reasons, they're like flying around and actually putting Brad Pitt in an F2 car and having, or whatever, like he's actually out there on the track. Like it's going to cost a lot of money. But like the fact that your script allowed for an entire storyline to be fully cut out and not even really be super noticeable probably means that the script like wasn't super dialed to begin with.
I think it has to be that the blonde-haired actress
100%.
that is like on the pit crew, and she kind of like makes a mistake early. And
Randy,
then...
it was not.
Oh, really?
No,
I just cut all that out for fun. That was
they just fucking cut.
I feel like there were like only 2 women in the movie, and like she was the other one.
I think there is. I will say
she would have got so fired, by the way, for that first fuck up.
Yeah,
like that would have been just curtains.
There were definitely some times where being someone who even has any passing information about F1, and this is so dumb to say because I feel like I've heard, oh, you know what? It was like Andy and Chris on The Watch were talking about like sometimes it doesn't matter if it's real or not. I just want it to feel real.
Yeah.
But like the idea of like, yeah, we're not going to get them on the straights. We're going to, see for combat in the corners. And it's like, yeah, man, you're not winning a race by getting them in the corners, and like the real, like knowing that like the real win for this team would just be to get a car. If you're in the cellar, just to get a car into the points would mean,
yeah.
And that's but like that isn't a good Hollywood movie.
Sure.
You're not going to walk out of F1 being like, yo, remember when Brad Pitt got into the
points? Man, he finished 10th one time.
He finished 10th one time. But like it's just fucking rad when Javier Bardem is like dropping the ticket for him at like the diner, and
great.
And
I mean,
walking down the track with the thing slung over his shoulders.
Everybody's going for runs together. It's just, it's just hell yeah. Finally one for the dudes.
Yeah.
That was the other joke. We had women talking a couple of years ago. I feel like this all F1 men not talking.
Men not talking.
Yeah. Yeah, could have been an alternate title.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, we'll keep it moving. So there was your 9th place F1. Coming in 8th with 10 total points is The Secret Agent. I had it in my 8. Actually, yeah, DJ and I both had it in our 8th position.
I'm 3 for 3 so far. The straw that stirs the drink.
And Big T had it in his 7th position. So we were all pretty standard.
Why don't you start?
Yeah, I'm free to. Okay. I thought fairly or unfairly, I think this movie got a little bit dinged in my mind just because it comes on the heels of last year's I'm Still Here, which is kind of set in that same time frame, right? The military dictatorship going on in Brazil. I didn't think, and so I guess why I say that in my mind, I didn't think this was as good of a movie for me as I'm Still Here was last year. I think there was a lot of unspoken context that even though I have a very, very surface level idea of what was going on in Brazil in 1977, I feel like this was a movie made for probably an audience that better understands the world in which this movie takes place. And so I just don't think the unspoken, the unseen aspects of it resonated as much with me. I think Wagner Moura was great. I thought it was a very good performance. I kind of fall here on like, it's a good movie, and I'm not mad. I'm not disappointed. I'm glad that I took again, kind of a longer movie, 2 hours, 40 minutes, I think. I don't regret the time I spent watching it, but I also know like this time next year, I probably won't have thought a thing of it. And so ultimately it just lacked that really memorable maybe scene or performance, and it's just going to lack staying power with me. And so that's why it's slotted into number 8.
You took a lot of words out of my mouth there, I think. My one sentence was a lot to like, but a lot of work. You know, Tim, if we're putting our I like high-minded stuff hat on, I really wanted this to be a lot higher when I fired it up, because I loved I'm Still Here as well, and then I love Wagner Moura, and I think it's like I like that it backfoots you a little bit, and there's weird stuff going on, and it doesn't over explain things. It does a lot of things that I am looking for out of movies. And for whatever reason, it was almost like yeah, I don't know if it was subject matter or a location or a time of history or whatever that I just didn't have enough to grab onto, that I was like, it's gonna require me putting in a lot more effort to really get all the returns out of this movie, which is a me problem, I'm well aware. But I'm like, it's pretty bloated, it's pretty windy, it's pretty like unfocused, a little like kind of all over the place in some spots, to where I'm like, I don't know if I'm really up for the fight to put in all that I would need to get out of what is probably a much better movie that I'm giving it credit for. I mean, I think it had that scene, Randy, that courtyard scene is awesome. I mean, it's electric stuff when the shit kind of finally hits the fan. Man, it just takes a long time for that pot to boil,
Yeah.
you know, and by the time we got there, it was a little like, you know, my burner letterbox was already starting to form some stars. So it was again, a lot of me problems here, but that was my takeaway. I am who I am, you know.
I'm going to throw down a counterpoint. And I know I didn't have this much higher than you, because I agree with everything you said, that my lack of knowledge of history of this particular time period definitely plays into my overall understanding of it. I think having, and you're not wrong, that like, I feel like as a movie, maybe I liked I'm Still Here more. I'm glad that I had seen I'm Still Here, because I feel like it gave this some context that I wouldn't have had truly any context.
That's a great
Totally
point.
agree.
Yeah. I
But
think that's a great point.
I had heard a lot about it being very long and being very slow. And one thing that I think that I really loved, and that I didn't notice was happening until we got to that courtyard scene where like the dad's walking down the street and the hitmen are out there. And I thought this was really cool, was that all of a sudden in this, I never felt like it was slow, number one. I felt like all of the scenes that led up to that were so like rich, and just like I'm Still Here, you lived with the family so much that you got to know them, and like you kind of lived in this community so much that you got to know the neighbors. You had like the woman who was out fucking standing,
so
the
good.
woman who like
Yeah.
the older woman
Like
Oh,
runs
the
this
kind
kind
of it. Yeah.
refugee sort of house.
yeah,
Yeah.
that by the time you got to that scene, I was like, if this guy shoots any one of these people, I'm going to be really fucking upset. Like, I almost didn't notice how much I had become so attached to these people. And you just kind of need to spend that time with them to have that reaction. And this is something that I do, and maybe this is what it was going for, and maybe maybe it's not what it was going for, but just like to maybe throw it to like where we are right now. It was like in opposition to I'm Still Here, which is very much confronting the idea of living under like a military dictatorship. There is a lot of this movie which is like, so much of it is just people doing day-to-day shit and going to movies and thinking about how they're going to get food, while you also have this like that question of like, well, what do you do when you're in an authoritarian government? And a lot of it probably is you do the same shit that you did before. You're just constantly fucking worried somebody might get disappeared.
And ideally you got the cops on your side.
And ideally you have the cops on your side.
Yeah.
And that I thought was really interesting, that maybe part of them taking all that time was to show these people just living their lives, but underneath it was the holy fuck, we don't know what's going to happen to any of us. I haven't exactly put together why they did these sort of like flash forwards.
Okay, so I was going to ask that if you thought that enhanced if that was additive to the movie or if it was unnecessary, because I kind of lean unnecessary, but I'm willing to be talked out of that.
The only reason I would say additive is because they put it in there for a reason, even if I haven't figured out what it is. And I don't know, like first thought, there is that thing of like when there is this reveal that Armando was killed. It is you don't see it,
Oh,
you just find out
that was
because of it. I mean, it's brutal.
brutal.
It's a
Really good device. You truly are.
and
You've spent 2 hours and 20 minutes probably with this
yeah,
character. And again, this is spoiler alert, as we've had many. But when he finally dies, I mean, you see him dead on a newspaper. That's it.
yeah.
So
And there is
it is completely cold.
it completely like fucking gut punched me because I was like, oh, I want this man to go live with his son and I want them to get away and I want that passport to come through and I want them to be out of danger. The only thing that I can think is this idea of like the distance with which we look back on authoritarian governments or military dictatorships, like that it just becomes numbers and pictures in a newspaper, and it's a little bit more intellectual than it is emotional. And maybe he was trying to put those two ideas together. I'm certainly not a scholar, so that was like a quick read on it, but I can't say that I've figured it out.
Well, there's also a brutal, like pretty devastating. I mean, kind of the end is his son, the adult version of his son, also played by
Mhm.
Wagner Moura, which was cool. Uh, Essentially just saying, the truth is like I don't really remember. I don't really remember him.
Oh,
And when you see it like that in contrast to like, oh man, this guy's just living every waking second trying to get his son out of the
Mhm.
country, trying to get his son a better life, trying to do this, trying to do that, trying to bribe the police, trying to work this secret job, trying to get gas at the weird gas station where the dead body's underneath the
uh-huh.
cardboard box. And he's just doing all of this stuff. And then for, essentially that to all be taken away by this authoritarian government and this pissed off kind of official from however many years ago,
Yeah.
uh, all distilled down into the kid's son just being like, I don't really remember him, is like
Yeah.
now as we're talking about this, I'm like, I think, yeah, there's a lot more here than I probably was giving it credit for.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just such a I think it just is like, man, what a waste,
Yeah.
right? Like that's to your point, like when you see the newspaper clipping with him shot in the street, it's like I feel like that really starts to drive it home. I'm glad you mentioned the gas station scene up front. I should have called that out from the very start. I loved that scene.
Yeah.
I loved the police officer. I loved, it was one of those things where like I truly like I don't know where this is going, and it ends up being a little innocuous. I did think that was great. I think maybe where it just didn't rise is maybe the pace. I don't know. This is maybe one I need to
Well,
rewatch.
that's what
Yeah.
I was gonna say, is that now that like we're kind of doubling back on some of this stuff. And in a perfect world, you watch all of these 4 times before you do the podcast, right? But it's like as I'm doubling back on some of these scenes, it's like I think where I struggled is you get to the end of that gas station scene and you're just like, oh my god, is about to pop off, and it doesn't pop off. And then you get to the
Right.
medical examiner scene with the foot inside the shark, and you're like, oh man, now it's
Yeah.
about to pop, and it doesn't pop off. And then you get to, okay, we're in the records room. Okay, something's gonna, and nothing happens. And it's just kind of like that over and over and over, to the point where I feel like you almost have to zoom out in a conversation like this to start to make sense of a little bit more of the slice of life and the kind of like 1+1=5 of all of these moments, because in the moment you're just kind of constantly waiting for the Heat style courtyard shootout that isn't happening. And then it might be just like mismanaged expectations or something, is kind of how I'm feeling, Randy, because I think I'm on the same page as you until I started, I guess, even hearing Tim
Yeah.
talk about it a little bit more.
And I think it is that thing, like kind of to what I said before about Marty Supreme. Like, if you have a movie that's almost 3 hours long, it's kind of impossible to get your arms around it
Yeah.
after just watching it once. Because I mean, like the fact that there is like an animated an animated dismembered leg that's like hopping
Sure.
around and kicking people. Like
Gotta admit, I was a
Yeah.
little like, huh?
yeah, but like there is that thing of like, shit, man, that's in there for a reason.
Yeah.
Right.
So
Right.
like, what am I missing?
You gotta admit they're saying something.
You gotta hand it to him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't exactly know, but I think that it is one of those things. Yeah, maybe a little bit more knowledge of the time period, or just going back and watching again.
I
Maybe it'll lock in a little bit more.
and I guess what I struggle with is like I don't know if it ladders up to like this brilliant, like, oh my
Yeah,
God, I see the choices
Yeah.
this director made. Or if it's just like, yeah, like
yeah,
they
cool.
were all just choices and he made the
Yeah.
choice.
Hmm.
It's
Well,
yeah.
it does
Um,
make me want to watch it more a second time than I did when we started this conversation. So
yeah.
that's a good place.
And I would say if anybody has not seen I'm Still Here, which is one of the best picture nominees from prior year, I think that's such a good point. Just want to reiterate, like I think it'll give you a lot of good, like that's really the context I had for
Yeah,
the world in which this movie, The Secret Agent, takes place.
yeah.
So good little double feature there. All right, we're gonna move on. Our seventh rated movie, coming in at 11 total points, so just one more than The Secret Agent, is the movie Hamnet.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm trying to look. DJ had it highest. He had it fifth.
Okay.
T had it eighth, and I had it ninth.
Oh, you had
Deej,
it
do you
9?
mind? Yeah,
Oh,
do
wow.
you
I
mind?
thought I was gonna be the low man here.
I know. I'm curious. I'd love to hear DJ's initial thoughts, and then maybe Tim, you and I can react to
Well,
those.
we
Yeah.
know Randy hates Chloe Zhao. This is part of his crusade. This all started back at Nomadland. This was always written in the stars, was always going to be number
That's so
9
true.
for him. Yeah, one sentence review, tough one as a new dad. You know, I think
Uh-huh.
big. I think you probably relate to me there. Tim, your kids
Yeah.
are closer in age probably than the to the titular character. Probably some relating going on there. Man, I really, really, really liked it. Way more than I thought I was going to. I thought it was going to be a little bit of a dusty, stage play put to film. And I don't know, it was a little bit of proof, I guess, for me of Jesse Buckley and Paul Mescal. Like it'll be really hard to screw that one up. I think, like those two are just pros. Just it's going to be sign me up for anything they're in. I think it's cool to have this doesn't always work, but cool to have a movie about William Shakespeare that's not really about William Shakespeare.
Yeah.
I sometimes like when movies do that. I sometimes don't like when movies do that. I thought it worked really well. I think, Shakespeare's almost like a character that is so big that it's like it just seems silly to like have a movie character named William Shakespeare. Like that's so
Yeah.
like seems so outrageous. And I thought they handled it really well with him kind of constantly ducking off to London and really almost being like a side character in parts of the movie. And then the big thing I think where I just really flipped because it's pretty straightforward. I mean, I think for most of it, right? It's a love story and you're watching a family grow and whatever. But man, I thought the third act when they actually are staging the play in the Globe Theater, she's in the front row watching her dead son essentially perform everything that they've been going through over the last couple of years. I was like, you want to talk about flying, Big T? I was like, I was just bowled over. I thought it was incredible stuff. And just a real meditation on the place that art comes from and the fact that if you're going to make a historic piece of art, it's probably coming from a historic moment in somebody's life.
Oh, yeah.
And I think that Sentimental Value obviously touches on this as well. Some similar themes there, but I mean, we're talking about fucking Hamlet. Like And it's just,
Hard.
yeah, it's just kind of one of those like, would you like to know more about the emotions behind where Hamlet came from? Is like, yeah, man. I think
Right.
I think that feels like a good way to spend my time. And
Yeah.
I just really loved a lot of it. It made me want to read the book. And a movie there's no way I would have watched this without this podcast. It would have been eminently skippable for me based on my preconceived notions, and I just ended up really liking it a lot more than I thought I was going to.
All right, I'll jump in here real
Randy,
quick.
you
I'm
hated
glad
it,
you
you were
mentioned.
saying?
No, I didn't hate it. A couple things. I'm glad you mentioned the book. I've heard great things about the book Hamnet. It's I think it's Maggie O'Farrell.
Mhm.
I have not read it, but I think perhaps I should. I think my ranking, and this is a total me problem. I wish I had a better idea of the story of Hamlet. I think I was just I'm a little ignorant of it. And so I think I just felt a touch lost in the overall, like tying it together. Obviously, big emotions. I thought very well, Paul Mescal and Jesse Buckley, like fantastic. Yeah. So for me, I think why I ranked it ninth at the end of the day, I just, I don't have that deeper understanding. I think if I really knew the play Hamlet better, I maybe would have just appreciated and been more along for the ride in this one. Did not dislike this movie. I think literally saw this movie like a couple days before we went in for induction for the baby. And so literally my wife is like sobbing the whole movie. Kind of tough.
Yeah, it's tough.
Totally.
But yeah, I think Deej, the one thing that you said that really resonates with me is like, I understand the significance of Hamlet. And as you said, like to kind of get a peek into what must transpire to inspire somebody to create that work. That's cool.
And the only other thing I would say on that is a lot of times, like I always think about, but like Bohemian Rhapsody as the worst possible example of something like this, where it's just like, how's your day going? Like pretty good because I just wrote "We Will Rock You," and it's like outside of the weird scene where he's kind of like standing there and he's like improving the like to be or not to be is like that was a little, maybe we could see what's going on here,
Yeah.
but it's like there's a really bad version of these types of movies as well that ends up way too heavy-handed. And Randy, I'm with you in that I'm not a Hamlet scholar by any means, and so maybe I'm like ignorant enough that of that stuff where real Shakespeare heads hated it. I have no idea how other people felt about it, but I could see that. But Tim, I want to hear what you thought about the movie, but did you get a bunch of Hamlet by osmosis through Station 11? Isn't that like the kind of the main core of that movie or that series?
I would also, here's one thing that I would say. I almost feel somewhat similarly about the Shakespeare in Station 11 and the Shakespeare that was in Hamlet. And I'm going to give both of you guys a little bit of being off the hook, because this is almost a better conversation for you to have with my wife, who's a public school teacher. She teaches theater. She's studied Shakespeare extensively, has like taken, 2-week long, 3-week long summer courses just on the plays. They go back to like the folio, which is like the original, like where all of the original plays are, with all of like the stage directions and all these like extra notes that give you context to the printed plays and all this stuff. So like she knows a lot more about Shakespeare than I do. But in both Station 11 and in Hamnet, I don't think you have to worry too much about what actually goes on in Hamnet or in the play Hamlet to understand this movie, because I don't actually think the play is like one-to-one about my son. There is a part of me that feels in my generalized knowledge of Hamlet that it doesn't really photocopy on in a one-to-one way. And like when he comes out and he's the ghost, he's playing Hamlet's dead father in the play, giving the warnings like, I was killed by my brother-in-law and he's married my wife, and like this is, murder most foul, or whatever. That and she kind of whispers like, oh, he's trading places with him because he's the dead person. And I was just kind of like, yeah, I don't really think that's what that's about. And then like, and later on, it's almost sort of like less about what the actual play of Hamlet is about, and more just that he has been dealing with his grief in ways that she wasn't, in a way, giving him credit for.
Yeah.
And that in a way he brought their son back to life for a moment, and she was able to maybe let him go in ways that she hadn't, but just that it sort of reconnected the two of them. But I don't think the actual one-to-one of the story of Hamlet really ties in with bringing a child back to life, because ultimately that kid is also killed in the play. Which, by the way, I didn't know this till my wife told me. The guy who plays Hamlet in the production is the older brother of the actor that plays Hamnet, which I thought was, just from a movie perspective, very cool.
Very effective from a just like, oh my God, that's what my son would have looked like with another 6 years on him or whatever.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think there were a lot of things that I really liked about it, like, and that were kind of unexpected. Like, I loved Jessie Buckley. Like, they referred to her as like, the townspeople, like sort of the wealthy townspeople, like Shakespeare's family talk about her. I was like, I heard she was born of a wood witch or something. And like, I kind of love that, like, the first time you meet her, she's like taking a nap in the woods and she wakes up and she has leaves in her hair. And like,
total hippie.
This, like, absolutely. And that's not what I was expecting. And one thing that's really cool is, like, as hard as there were moments where I was like, Jesus Christ, give this dude a break. Like,
he's just trying to watch a baseball game with his friends.
Just trying to watch a baseball game with his buddies. He can't, he's out of town for work. I do think a little bit of that thing of like, it was the same. My wife would fucking kill me if I tried to bring up this conversation, like, when we're talking about Hamnet. But I think there is a little part of me that's like, yeah, it was the fucking 1600s. Like, dudes had to go away to work, like, you wouldn't see him for fucking 3 ass years. So
I feel like Shakespeare's probably kind of pointing to the scoreboard after that one too, after a while. I mean, you can't really argue with the results here.
But I kind of, like, at one point I was like, give this dude a break. And she brought up a great point, which is one of the great things about Jessie Buckley's performance in that character, is that she is herself that entire time. Like, she is like stuck, like rooted deep into the ground with like this need to be close to the earth. And like, it wasn't like it came out of nowhere. She was that same sort of like immovable person the whole time, which I think is really amazing. I loved the scene where Hamnet like lays in bed with his sister and is like, I'm gonna be brave and I'm gonna take this from you. Like, that was really fucking hard. I will say, like, my kids are 14, that my ability to engage with children being put in harm's way, it's not that, like, it fades completely. It's way harder to deal with when your kids are, I think that, or at least for me it was, when my kids were the kids that your ages are.
Yeah.
And so I was able to have a little bit of distance from that for myself. But I will say, my wife went to go see it with like 5 of her friends from the neighborhood, like all mom friends who we met like at the kids' elementary school. And she said that every single one of them in like the aisle in the movie theater they were sitting in, they were all sobbing at a 10, and each one of them had a different type of crying. There was high-pitched screaming, there was face in hands wailing, like whatever version of sobbing there is, it was taken care of. But I think, there were so many things that I loved about it, but I think there was just a little bit of it that is just like, this isn't exactly, I just didn't connect with it as much as some other people did, and that's completely fine, and maybe it's on me. I will also say, like, right at the beginning, they're like, oh yeah, the name Hamlet was actually interchangeable with the name Hamlet, and they were considered the same. And I was like, don't fucking gaslight me. They're not the fucking same. I can see it right there. They're not the same. You're telling me if I went up and your friend's name is Hamlet and I was like, hey, have you seen Hamnet? You would be like, oh yeah, that's my buddy. I'm looking for my buddy Foul. Like,
Yeah.
okay, I'm not going to be like, oh yeah, hey Phil, this dude's looking for you. You know? So
No, I
Great. It's a
do.
great
I
point.
do.
It's a great point.
yeah, I don't know.
I
Oh,
think that's no,
go
sorry.
ahead.
I just think maybe that's the enduring takeaway for me is like, man, when you press play on this movie, you're just signing up to just eat some grief.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah.
Like,
What
and I
are you
just,
doing tonight? Would you like to get hit in the face with a shovel?
Yeah.
Yeah, hell yeah. That sounds great.
it's like, I can't see myself watching it again, if I'm being honest.
Which I think is
but
totally fair. Yeah.
yeah, hearing you guys talk, though, I guess one thing that I do appreciate is the idea of having this balance to whatever I think of, like William Shakespeare, and he's like this famous guy, right? Just having a little humanity of when he would have realized all the success that was coming his way. Man, he was kind of a broken shell of himself.
Yeah.
And that's just an interesting thing to chew on.
I think it's cool that like they kind of show his success in these ways that are almost tossed off, that like he gets her like a ruby bracelet.
Yeah.
Like shit's going well for him. And you know, she's like, I
Yeah.
don't want this. And like he's like, I bought the biggest house in Stratford so that we can live in it together. There's one other thing that I would say, and I almost was like, so they use a song by Max Richter in that last, who's a composer who does, and that particular song, it's not that it's necessarily been overused, but I think it may be overused. That song is almost like a cheat code of getting people to cry.
Yeah.
And instead of it bringing me further into that movie, it actually took me out. I was like, holy shit, they're using this song?
Yeah.
Like this. And I remember a sound designer that I knew in Chicago. They were doing a stage production of Clockwork Orange, and there's this one scene in the stage production where Alex is center stage jerking off, and all of the things that he's jerking off to are like swimming around the stage. So it's like people getting stabbed, and you know, the devil, and you know, just all these insane things are like floating around the stage as he's jerking off. And the sound designer was telling me, he was like, I'll tell you what fucking song I'm not going to use. I can't remember the name of it, but it was like the one where it's like dun, 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 dun,
Yeah,
dun, dun.
yeah.
It was that one. He was like, I'm not going to use that fucking song because it's like, it's too on the fucking nose. And then like a week before the show opened, he realized, he was like, fuck, it's got to be that song. Like it's just what it fucking is. It just, I don't know how to do it any other way. It's got to be that fucking song. And so maybe there was an aspect of this, of Chloe Zhao being like, I don't want to use that fucking song. I don't want to use it. Fuck, it's the only one you can use. But I was like, oh, you're cheat coding me into crying. Anyway,
Yeah.
that's just me being a little fucking sound design bitch, I guess.
We'll keep it moving. Our number 6 film, 16 points. We got a bit of separation here. Is Marty Supreme.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah. Let's see. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. I had it in 6th. DJ had it in 7th. And
Wow.
Tim, yeah, you had it in 4th. So Tim, maybe I'll toss it to you for our bull case, if you will.
You know, I think, again, this is one that I've only seen one time. I think I'm going to need to go and watch it again to get my arms around it. I think, you know, when I look at like just their movies, for me, it sits behind Good Time and Uncut Gems. I didn't like it as much as I liked those, but I do I think what I do love about this is like the fucking audacity of everything that they do and the high energy of everything that they do, and just like one fucking bad decision into the next, into the next, into the next, and it just fucking pulverizes you forward, which I think is fucking incredible. You know, and then like you go back and you watch Uncut Gems, and it doesn't like sort of congeal in the same way for me that that one did. And I will say some of this has been affected by a friend's take that I saw, or like an acquaintance's saw take that I saw about it, which was like when all of this being like a directly post World War II movie, and Marty being Jewish, that it can't be sort of understated how important that is. And I hand up, I did not put this together when I was watching it the first time. So there's like that story about like the guy who covers himself in honey, and all the people in the concentration camp like lick the honey off his body, which seems like it comes out of fucking nowhere. But his take of this is a person who like just had many people that he knew or was related to or were just in his community, but they were all like there was they were like there was an attempt to exterminate all of them. And so this idea of fuck, like I could be dead, what is my lasting effect on this earth going to be if I could be dead moments from now, or if somebody could just take me away like that without any fanfare? Like, how am I going to leave a mark on the world before I die? And then that playing into the last moment of seeing his kid being born. And I think like there are cynical ways to look at that ending scene, and I think there are like maybe more sincere ways of looking at it, and it framed it as pretty sincere for me, of him realizing that the way he will leave a mark is through his family, and that for all of those things that he was chasing, did he get any joy out of them? He doesn't know. Like, what has he been chasing that was of any real value? And I thought that was interesting. So like I think that's where I would start. That I love that just every single time he has an opportunity to make a good decision, he doesn't. I love watching a fucking hustler. I love watching somebody be like, no, I'm good for it. I'm good for it. I'm good for it. And like when he fucking holds up, he robs his own boss.
It's great.
Like it's just fucking, it's great. It's great.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I do.
Anyway, that's where I'd start.
All of that makes a ton of sense, and is I feel the same way. I would credit my wife with this take. She saw it once and we turned it off, and immediately she's like, that was just like a way worse version of Inside Llewyn Davis. Just a guy that sucks and is trying to get it ahead. And she's like, the difference is you're like, for some reason, rooting for Llewyn Davis the whole time. And in this one, I think I'm maybe putting words in her mouth, but she was like, I don't really care what happens the whole time, which I think is fair. And I don't want that. I felt somewhat similar to the second time, where I was like, this is not a I need to be able to root for the main character thing. I like plenty of movies where the main character sucks and is not fun. I found myself struggling with for the first time, you brought up Good Time and Uncut Gems. And for the first time, this one kind of felt like diminishing returns on the repetitive chaos of, oh, it's been 7 minutes. Let's have another crazy amusement park ride pop up that he needs to solve. And when there's nothing really at the center of it, I just really found myself the second time around being like, how much of this is left? This is kind of, I don't really care whether he gets through this or not, because to your point, like I love watching a hustler movie too, if I want the hustler to like win, or if I want something to, if I care about the outcome. But when it's constantly just him sort of being a little like kind of just doing the same thing over and over and over and over, I'm like, man, this is going on a bit long. Also, weirdly, like the ping pong scenes for a sports movie, I didn't think were like I thought there's like a cool way to do the ping pong stuff. And I was like, these aren't that good either. It's not like super dramatic sports movie type of stuff. It was, I don't know. I feel like I'm not doing a good job of explaining it, but once the shine wore off of like, this movie's crazy, I was like, oh, well, after that, I'm like, I don't fucking care about the rest of this.
Yeah.
And listen, if I may, I know the stunt casting is, I feel like that's gotten like praised in a lot of places, but I'm like, the Kevin O'Leary and just a lot of the like non-actors that are just doing heavy lifting in this. I'm like, either this is like some meta thing that I don't really care to solve, or this is just taking me out of like every single important scene in this movie where I'm like, you've got Chalamet, who's again high level shit that he's doing, going toe to toe with like the guy from Shark Tank, and I'm just like, this is fucking stupid, man. Why are we doing it this way? And again, I'm guessing the answer is some sort of like meta commentary on the blustery American versus the businessman versus like all of those things, and I'm like, that's great. I just did not hit for me the second time.
Okay, so if I may pick up on a few things here, I totally agree with the Kevin O'Leary casting decision. I just could not get the Shark Tank guy out of my mind.
And honestly, fuck that guy. Like,
Well,
fuck
and
him
for
as
that
a guy.
there,
He's like around at all these fucking award shows, and there is that part of me. It's like, get the fuck out of here, man.
What are we doing?
What are we
I just feel
fucking
like
doing?
that role, T, I don't know the business like you do, but I feel like there are dozens and dozens of people you could cast in that role
Yeah.
that Kevin O'Leary was in.
Yeah.
So I didn't quite understand that. I think too, this movie, even though I had it sixth, I think it fell victim a little bit to maybe my expectations and what I wanted it to be and what it didn't quite turn out to be. And that's all on me. Like that's a me thing. But just the idea of, hey, there's this movie with Timothée Chalamet kind of doing it at a high level, and get this, he's like a ping pong hustler. Like that's, give me more hands. I want to put all the thumbs up in the air. Like this was entirely my shit. And weirdly, I actually kind of, from a viewing standpoint, I appreciate Uncut Gems. I've never seen Good Times. Uncut Gems was almost like a little too manic for me in that, like, I just make it stop, please. Like, I just want to get off this ride. I thought Marty Supreme was tamed down. And so I thought this was, I didn't feel that, that same emotion with this movie. But yeah, at the end of the day, when I'm going to rank this, I mean, candidly, I was kind of thinking of it anywhere from like 3 to 6, and I ended up putting it 6 just because I couldn't really find what is that distinguishing thing about this movie. And again, maybe it's just lost on me. Maybe I didn't pick it up. Maybe, a whole host of reasons. But it kind of just didn't add up. I feel like the sum of the parts didn't add up to like what this movie should have been.
And that's where I'm at too, I think. And I should have said this during the stunt casting thing, but Tyler, the creator, fucking awesome. He was an exception to the rule that I'm talking about. I thought he was great. And that whole scene of the bathtub coming through the floor and them hustling the guys at the bowling alley, I'm like, oh, fuck yeah. That's accepted from everything that I'm talking about, because that 20 minutes of the movie is like, that's why I'm here, man. This is great. And then I just feel like we try to do that same 20 minutes another 4 times. And I'm like, okay, no, I got it at this point. It doesn't really seem like we're moving forward, other than to say like there's just more and more and more bosses that he's got to face. And for all of it to add up to something that, again, probably a me thing that I'm missing in the intent here, but for it to all add up to like something kind of as tropey as like, I had a kid and now he's going to change. It's like, well, this guy fucking sucks, man. Like, so what? Now the kid's life is going to be ruined by this guy who sucks, or he's going to, I don't, what about the last 2 hours and 40 minutes makes me believe that like, oh, there's a good guy in there who's just he's going to flip it around. And I'm like, it just seems like it's going to be more of
It
the
almost felt
same,
like
I
too
guess.
convenient. Like, I'm
Yeah.
just gonna hop the flight home and go see my. Yeah, it's like, is that really how this movie's
And again,
ending?
maybe that's a
Yeah,
misread. Maybe that's not what they're saying. But it was,
Yeah,
yeah,
like
just kind of,
my acquaintance that I read this from could be very wrong. But I did like that reading of it when I
I
was looking for meaning.
yeah. No, I
Yeah.
do too. And I do like that as a, like, again, it's kind of the secret agent of it, where it's like Josh Safdie's obviously very, 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 very smart and obviously doing all of this for a reason that is probably lost on me for not spending even more time with it. But I'm also like, wow, I watched it twice. It's about 5 hours of my life that I'm like, okay, if I'm not, I didn't have a good enough time, or I'm not curious enough that I'm like, I need to
Yeah.
just keep going back to this thing to really understand what I'm missing here.
Can I
Also, the
a
music I
friend
didn't think worked. That's the hottest take I've got on this whole podcast. Everybody's
Wow.
just jizzing their pants about how good the soundtrack was. I thought it was. I didn't like the '80s. I didn't like the '80s stuff. I liked what they were going for. I liked what they're trying, but I didn't. I didn't think it worked, and I had a little bit of a. Justine said this too, but a little bit of a. The everybody wants to rule the world at the end was a little bit of a heroes at the end of Jojo Rabbit for me, where I'm just like, fuck this.
Yeah. You're like walking out of the theater like, man, fuck you.
Yeah, it
Suck
was a
my
little bit of your
dick.
boy with whatever in the Hall of the Mountain King or whatever that classical song is.
anything to add, or should we keep it moving?
No, I don't think I have. If I remember something from Marty Supreme, I'll throw it in. But there were like I just say this were moments that I fucking loved, like when he's having sex with Gwyneth Paltrow in the shower and he intentionally
So good. Costume,
so good.
jewelry. Yeah, there's
The cost,
yeah.
incredible. Like they get the necklace stolen and he's like, you got 22 others of these, like can't you
Really
just go
good.
get another one?
Yeah.
Fucking sneaks into like, and she's crying because everybody hates the play, and he's still like, and he's like, fuck, I can't get that necklace, like that shit. I don't know, I liked that part.
Okay, the counter to that though, like, because you're right.
Uh-huh.
Like I'm with you, man. Like we've got some critical mass building, and then the paddle scene. I'm like, dude, is this just like is how much of this is Kevin O'Leary? How much of this is whatever? But I'm like, this whole thing just feels like stupid to me,
Yeah.
and I'm out now again.
Can I tell you, this has nothing to do with the movie, but so every Tuesday night we have friends over to the house and we watch like grimy old 70s weird shit. And a friend of mine who comes over, who has worked with some of the people, like with Josh and Ronnie, who was the co-writer on this, he mentioned a phrase that I thought was really funny, because there was like a shot in this movie we were watching where like somebody's wearing white shoes and like all this blood splatters on the ground and gets all over these white shoes, and he referred to it, and I think he learned this from Josh Safdie, which is like something that AD would say to Josh Safdie when he's like, wait, what shot is that you want, like the blood splashing on the white shoes or whatever, those kinds of shot. Said that they would call them JFKs. They were just shots from nowhere. So so that I kind of love that somebody would just be like, oh, we got another fucking JFK coming up, just that's a shot from fucking nowhere, not on anybody's list.
Camera move
Just
back into the left.
Yeah, but camera move back into the left.
That's funny. I'm fascinated to see where we're going next here, Big.
Yeah.
I got it. I
we're-
would stake my house on it. I think I know where we're going next.
I would have lost my house having you have Marty Supreme in the bottom half.
Would have been in the top half if I only watched it once. And
Okay.
it just didn't age well for me. But
all right, cool.
Others clearly feel different.
Okay, so beginning the top half, the number 5 movie is Bugonia.
All right. Hell yeah.
Bugonia tallied 18 total points. So just beating out Marty Supreme by a couple. DJ, you had it
6.
Tim had it 6.
Mhm.
And I am actually the high person. I had it 3rd.
Ooh.
All right.
Well, you kick it off.
Yeah.
Then.
Yeah.
Okay. I will do my spiel. I liked it. I thought it I thought it scratched several itches that I like when I watch a movie. great performances. Let's start there.
Mhm.
I thought everybody involved was really good. Plemons and Emma Stone were fantastic. It was the type of movie that I didn't quite know where it was going, and I think throughout the movie I had different ideas on maybe the big, like the quote, the big thing the director was trying to tell me with the
Mhm.
movie. And I felt like as soon as I kind of honed in or thought of something, it kind of changed and we were going in a little bit different direction. It's a movie that I've watched somewhat recently. This was in my last sprint to get all these movies in, so it still is pretty fresh. I watched it once. And with that said, I need to be vulnerable in that I'm still trying to mentally piece together some of the plot. And
Mhm.
I very much admit, like, there may be things that I kind of missed. There may be things that I haven't connected. Normally, I think the very end would not have worked for me. I think it would have been a little too cute by half. But for whatever reason, I think it did work. And so, like, where I left with this movie was, I guess I just really dig the idea of this guy, Jesse Plemons. What was his name? Teddy, maybe? Teddy? Being this just like almost stereotypical super conspiracy theorist. Like the whole movie, you think he's this idiot. He's out to lunch. And in the end, man, god damn it, if he wasn't right about everything. And
Everything.
that curveball, I'm like, I like it. I like it. So I think it worked for me. Now there were some things like that, I struggle to maybe say unrealistic, but just like thinking about her, Emma Stone, showing back up at the office after however many days missing, and the reaction that got, or like jumping out of the ambulance and running back to the office, and like there was some convenience I thought at the end, but I I just, I don't know. I was wrapped. I thought from the moment they kind of got her into the basement, I didn't know where it was going.
Mhm.
And I just thought it was sharp. It was smart. It was, yeah, I just had a good time, I think. So I guess my one sentence review was like, it's weird. I want to watch it again because I think it might get worse if I watch it again. But like also, that movie ended and I was just like, I dig it, man. We're just not making a lot of movies like this.
Mhm.
And so I guess I appreciated the effort. I don't know. That's kind of where I was coming from with this one.
I'll throw this out, which is well, number one, this would probably, this only just came to me now. This would probably be a great double feature with Eddington about sort of like conspiracies and them being true. Like probably just like a great double feature night. There's gonna be a long ass night because Eddington's like 100 hours long.
I don't know if Tim,
But
I don't want to take credit for you revisiting Eddington, but I do remember sending you a text of Eddington defeats Bugonia 7-6 is what I
yes,
thought.
yeah.
And that was my first view. I sorry to cut you off, but that's where I was like, I finished Bugonia and I was like, man, I fucking loved Eddington. That was a sick
Yeah.
movie. Uh,
No, you're absolutely all right. I do remember that. My like one sentence review would be like, this movie has stickiness. And the reason I say that is because when I finished Begonia, I remember texting a friend of mine and was like, hey, I just watched Begonia. It was like really good, really well performed. I just don't know that there's a lot of stickiness there. Like, I feel like I'm going to watch it once and I'll never think about it again. And then I spent the next 2.5 days thinking about it. Like, I proved myself wrong immediately. I, I, fuck, it was so like alarming and hard to sit with and so uncomfortable. Like the whole scene where he's gonna like chemically castrate his friend. I was like, oh, please God. And then they do it. I was like, oh, well, they're not gonna do this. He's gonna talk him out of it. Like, no, they do it because again, our guy was right about everything. And like a movie that can have Stavi, who I can't remember his last name, Stavros the
Stavros
stand-up.
Halkias.
Halkias,
Yeah.
playing like this sort of like really nice cop. The fact that he can make this really nice cop who is so sincerely and so adamantly trying to apologize for molesting Jesse Plemons, the fact that he can make that funny is incredible. I don't know how you pull that off. That is like I can't remember like what the difficulty ratings are in gymnastics. Like I don't know whatever the highest difficulty rating on a synchronized dive is in the Summer Olympics, but like that was the highest level of difficulty, and they fucking no splash when they hit the water. Like just that part, like Emma Stone is fucking wildly good. Even I think one thing that was cool is that the horrifying moments, like when the friend shoots himself. I have had trouble with movies like this in my past where it almost gets so dark and so upsetting that I am just not having a good time. But somehow they made that be a good time by having her get hit with like 6 gallons of blood.
Yeah.
It was like all just pumped up just enough for you to be like, you know what, this is still kind of fun.
Yes, all of that is all of that is well said. I think I'm a little more down on it than you guys were, respectfully. I thought Jesse Plemons was great, as always. This might be the hottest take actually of the podcast, but
Oh wow. I'm ready.
Nobody likes Emma Stone more than me. Nobody likes Emma Stone more than me. Are we 100.0% sure, outside of Poor Things, which is a massive departure, we're not just like maybe doing a little bit of the same thing in a lot of these movies, which is great, and it's something that I really love. I loved watching her in this movie. I thought she was really good, but it's a lot of as I was going through the best actress question, it was where I was like, oh, is this kind of the same smart, dry, fast talking, sarcastic, put together but not really, sort of like, I'm like, I feel like maybe I've seen this before just a little bit. And granted, there's a lot of physical transformations, and there's the hair stuff, and there's the blood stuff, and there is all of that. But I think that's more of we're monitoring the situation more than anything.
It's good to monitor. You don't want to be caught off guard by like a blizzard or whatever. Yeah. And I know that this is all subjective, but I think I'm going to say that you're wrong.
Great.
I think you're wrong.
Yeah.
I think that one of the amazing things that she did is that she was so on the line of, if she goes too far one direction, you don't buy that she could ever be an alien. And if she goes too far the other way, you know she's a fucking alien. Yeah. And so like, I think I just bought all you can I think if you go back and watch it again, there's a part of me that thinks you can see her like doing all the kickboxing shit. And when you first watch it, you're just like, oh, well, this is just like a woman CEO in the modern world who has no time for anything and has to be able to do this to keep all that up. And the way that she tries to convince them is like, yes, I spoke to them and they think you should let me go.
Right.
You know, like all of those scenes were so convincing to exactly what they needed to be, that I think I am going to disagree with you, but this is a respectful space.
Well,
and everyone is
you've got to understand that I'm coming from a position that I thought all the alien stuff was very stupid, and I kind of forgot about it. So that's okay. Yeah, you're right. Well, that if I rewatched it, yeah, maybe I would have a little bit different opinion. But there was a little bit of this that I'm like, okay, Poor Things, I'm with you, man. Like I had a really good time with Poor Things, and I like The Lobster. I haven't watched it in a long time, but this was the first one that I was just like, dude, I feel like we may have lost the plot here a little bit. Like, are we, and again, it's just a very natural comp to Eddington, which I feel like weirdly has a lot of compassion for these people whose brains are being manipulated by just the worst people in the world and turned into these like red-pilled lunatics. Whereas in this movie, I'm just like, are we laughing at these guys? Are we sympathetic to these guys? Does it matter? I say that all as like, there's shades of gray to everything, but I don't really say that as a compliment, where I'm like, Yeah, all this like fake news, everything's fucking falling apart, and there are psychopaths that are like being radicalized online. I'm like, yeah, I'm not really like giggling about that when I'm
Yeah.
watching it during this movie. I'm like, I'm not really having. Yeah, oh, it's funny. Like he shot himself and there's blood everywhere. I'm like, yeah, I'm not really in the mood uh
Yeah.
for a lot of this. And then for it to all be like, no, it was all true. I'm like, fuck this, man. I'm
Yeah.
good. I'm good on just kind of the whole deal. I thought it was very well made, very well acted, but I'm also kind of a no box for me. I'm not going to save the rest of this for later.
All right.
That's interesting. Obviously, the movie starts out and you think it's these two red pilled guys that are totally divorced from reality who have kidnapped this hyper type A wealthy corporate CEO, right? I love the little subtle, her, the way it, because I don't know anything about, like, I'm not buying that she's an alien until the very end. Like, that was my experience with this movie. But the way she hits him with like the corporate speak and
Great.
that being like you're a fucking alien. Like, why aren't you talking like a real person?
That's
Like,
very funny. Yes.
chef kiss. Love that. Love that. Um, and then it kind of morphs into, the manipulation, the personal struggles between, Teddy's, you think, is obviously manipulating his cousin.
Hmm.
Teddy's the product of abuse from the cop, like he's obviously from a broken home. There's like a socioeconomic thing going on. Okay, we've seen movies like that. Maybe that's where this is going. And then maybe it turns into like Teddy's a straight up serial killer, and like that's where this movie's going. And then to like whip it all the way around at the very end and be like, no, you know what? Teddy was fucking right about everything. He had her nailed to, like, dead to rights. It was just a curveball that I think I'm not sure how else you end a movie like that. And so I think as absurd and weird and maybe goofy as that was, like, I think it works because I'm not sure what other off ramps really there
Well,
are.
I think
go ahead, Tim.
I think that's a really good point, Big. That I think maybe the reason that I love the movie is as I was watching it, I was like, the fact that they went that direction with it made me love it. Like that I did not know if she was an alien or I was like up until the point where she fucking blows him up in the little transporter. I truly was like, there is no way she is I love that I'm still questioning it.
And
Being
then
like,
to get hit, like knocked unconscious by a severed head is just like one
oh
of those
Yeah.
other little, like, just nice,
yes.
like, is it gratuitous? Sure. But
Sure.
yeah.
But I think that if they go the version of it turns out she isn't, I probably don't like the movie as much. And I kind of loved that they did. But at every moment I was like, fuck, I don't know. But here she is just like telling him to type random numbers into a fucking calculator. And it's like, oh God, like this is how is he falling for this? You know what I mean? Like I do
Right.
kind of love. Yeah, anyway, DJ, I interrupted.
No. I all of this I agree with. I think the only thing I bumped on was the subject matter or like the driving force behind a lot of this stuff. And I think if instead of just being set in like a hyper realistic, we're taking all of these way too online people and making like their paranoia the driving device of this movie. I think that's the part I struggled with. Where again, I'm like, I'm not trying to be like a stick in the mud, but I'm like, oh my god, this is like something I feel like I think about way too much, and I'm just like, this is almost like the almost, I don't know, I don't want to be grandiose, but I'm like, this is kind of like the problem of the times, and
Yeah,
to just
yeah,
turn it
yeah,
into like, no, it's a goof. Nah, come on, we're just having fun. I'm like, I don't want to have a fun time with this,
yeah.
man. And that's where I'm almost like, if it was just a random, like, oh, this guy's, his beef is oil spills or like whatever, I would have been like, ah, that's, okay, that's a different movie. Like I love all the plotting and the devices and the curveballs and the curveballs on the curveballs on the curveballs. But I think that's, if I'm trying to drill down into like why I didn't like it, that's what it was. So then I get to the end of that movie that I'm like, I don't think I like hanging out here. And then it's like, turns out she was an alien. I'm like, fuck, this, dude? Get me out of here.
And to your point, it is like not, again, this might be the defining moment of our time. Yeah, I'm not like, this is way too much responsibility to put on it, but like in a little bit, it's kind of like, well, don't fucking tell them they're right. You know what I mean? Don't fucking
Right.
don't encourage them.
Yeah, it could
Yeah.
be like that movie Bugonia. We got to keep pushing.
But
We
I
got to
will
keep
say,
pushing.
and not to like inject too much of this, but like, I've had those thoughts with like the Epstein stuff. Is like, holy shit, like maybe these people are fucking right about more
Kinda
than I
rocked it. I
ever
know.
Yeah.
gave them credit
No,
for.
totally.
You
No,
know?
and you're right. And maybe it's just a black licorice sort of like bad taste, and maybe there is. I need to be more open to it. Maybe there is more to unpack here.
This really makes me want to see Eddington. And I was just looking here. I didn't realize Ari Aster was one of the producers on Bugonia.
Oh,
that?
nice.
Which
Okay.
is a little tie
There you go.
there. So
All right. Good for our guy.
Yeah.
yeah. All right. We'll keep it moving. That's good discussion.
Love that.
All right. Coming in at number 4 with 21 total points. Sentimental Value.
Okay.
Pretty aligned. I had it as my 4th. DJ had it as his 3rd, and T had it as his 5th. So yeah, I don't think it's out of place.
DJ, were you highest on this one?
I was, I think, at 3.
By 1.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why don't you start us off?
I think my one sentence here is just further proof that Joachim Trier is a must-see director for me. I was listening to Big Picture with our guy Fantasy the other day, and he was saying that like his films are a great on-ramp for watching other foreign language films. And I know a lot of this movie's in English, but Tim, you and I were talking about, you know, The Worst Person in the World we've talked about in the past, but going back and watching some of his other stuff too, the what is it, August 31st, I think both of us watched recently, and they're just like these tight as a drum character studies that just are so subtle and so, I don't want to say like very simple but not easy type stuff that just man, I'm hooked just entirely by his movies. Everyone that I've seen, I just cannot get enough. And this one was no exception. I love the general kind of conceit of it. You know, a lot of what I was saying about Hamnet, like this idea that artists kind of have to feed off of the people that are around them, and what does that do to the people around them, I think is a very interesting question. I live in an old rickety historic house. I think that element of it is just something I naturally think about all the time. Like, man, there's been 100 years worth of people that have lived in this house. So that makes me think about a bunch of stuff. So I love that element of the movie. I love the Elle Fanning thing, like the replacing his daughter with a much more famous version of his daughter. And I again, I'm not super keyed into the acting stuff, but the ability to do bad acting seems like a very high degree of difficulty. You know, like good actors doing sort of bad acting is just something I always flag and highlight as like, oh, that's the good stuff right there. And watching her struggle to encapsulate this other person who's kind of just sitting right there, and you know, who doing it in front of her dad, and all of the stuff about the theater and the nerves, and like I loved it. I thought the sister, I apologize, I don't have her name in my notes, but she was unbelievably underrated. Renate Reinsve is going to get, you know, a bunch of run just as the best actress nominee, but the sister in this movie, like playing off of her in every scene, was just fantastic.
I think both she and Elle Fanning got nominated for Best Supporting Actress.
Did she? I hope so. She was.
I think she did.
She was great. I know Elle Fanning did.
Yeah.
And then I love the ending too. I don't know. I loved the very, very, very turned down stereo version of the Bugonia ending of kind of, is this reality? Is she about to do what I think she's going to do? Are we not doing this? Is this real? Is this not real?
Mhm.
Absolutely loved it. and it was just a delightful, devastating, interesting, fascinating. Like it's kind of all the things I'm signing up for. Is a full course meal. Is kind of how I felt.
I have I had a friend who
Can
was
I ask a
yeah,
quick
go ahead.
question? Sorry. Does
No.
the movie, how did you guys take the ending? Like, does it just end on like a really up note with reconciliation, father, daughter? And it seems like, they've moved production to a soundstage. I kind of interpreted that as like he decided not to sell the old family home and, the sister gets to keep it. Like, I guess part of what I'm gonna say later depends on like if that was the way I should have been interpreting the ending or not.
I took the ending, and I think this is one of the reasons that I like his movies so much. And this is going to go into a larger thought that I took the ending as not putting a clean bow on everything. That there was the recognition that their relationship has made steps in the right direction, but it is not perfect. And they are going to be, but they are in a better place where they might actually, as time goes on, be able to connect one or more, or be able to connect more with one another. But, and that also she was in a very understated way, also like dealing with the fact that this is her father really dealing with his own mother's suicide in the way that he kept saying he wasn't. And I liked that it wasn't so clean bow that like once the scene was over and he was like, perfect, we're moving on, that they didn't just like smile at one another. And I think the larger point that I love about his movies, and it feels like he almost deals with head on in this movie, is that he makes the small things about life so fucking operatic and so
Yeah.
big and so meaningful and so huge in this really elegant way, that even in the movie, like the fact that, you know, they've got to go get, like, they get this like famous American actress who is not as good, and he starts making he starts cutting corners. He's not going to hire his old DP that he worked with all the time. The fact that it's at Netflix is like such a shot at like he has put aside the idea, like his integrity around cinema. The fact that it is like they're standing in front of a fucking Netflix step and repeat is so funny. And I do think that like the reason that I love him so much is because he does all the shit that like American films don't or can't. You know what I mean?
Totally. Yeah, I mean that point about like making the little moments in life operatic is a good one. There's a scene you and I were both texting about the in that Oslo August 31st movie that is essentially about a it's about like a recovering drug addict who basically gets a 1-day leave out of rehab to go do a job interview and kind of try to put his life back together. And it's almost like this trial balloon of how he's going to re-enter into society, kind of post rehab. And the job interview scene is the scene that stuck out to me as just like it's him and a job interview. He's interviewing for a job at like a music magazine, and it's him and this interviewer sitting across the table. Nobody says anything inflammatory. Nothing really dramatic happens. It is just all done in the acting, in the writing, in all of the revisions to revisions to revisions of that script, where basically you just know that this guy, based on great setup, is dealing with feeling unworthy of any kind of normal role. He's deeply humiliated by the gap in his resume. He does not want to talk about it. And rather than, with a totally willing participant on the other side of the table who's like, no, just tell me about what's going on, he just kind of loses it and sort of calmly storms out, if you can do that. And that's like
Yeah.
exactly what you're talking about, Tim, is just like, oh my God, why am I crying about this job interview scene that is like nothing really happened and it just completely wrecked me. And it's just he's got 4 or 5 of those scenes, it feels like, in every one of his movies, and it's just
Yeah.
very rewarding stuff to dive into because it's just so well done.
There is a moment that I love that, and I love that, you know, and again, this movie's like about a house, and like, you know, in Oslo, August 31st, the house plays a big role. Like, he's really amazing at shooting spaces. And there was one shot that really stuck with me when the sisters are having the conversation about, like, you know, I don't, like, why am I so fucked up and why you were normal? And she says like that beautiful thing of like, well, the difference between you and I is that I had you, like a really unbelievable thing. And then they kind of go to this reverse shot where a lot of the frame, the bottom of the frame is just like the covers, the sheets on the bed, and you can just kind of see the tops of their heads because they're sitting on the floor. And that's just like this beautiful lived in, you feel like you're in the room with them thing.
Yeah.
That I just think he's brilliant at that, of just he's bringing you into whatever space you're in, and it's not transformative, or sorry, it's not transportive in this big like sort of galaxy brain way. It's just very, everything is done so simply but so devastatingly well. Yeah. Big, what do you think?
Yeah. Have just really enjoyed listening to what you guys have to say. Like I said, I think the ending almost tripped me up in a way that it's funny that you said you felt like what you liked him was not a clean bow on everything, and that's what really made me self-conscious about, like, did I read the ending like so simplistically about, you know, father and daughter have kind of come together to work on the project. They've moved it to a soundstage to save the house. I think he even pulls in his old
Yep.
filmographer,
Yeah.
who he didn't want to work with because of how frail and just old he was. And so I felt like in the moment, I've only seen it once, and I really do want to watch this one again. I almost was struck by like, oh, it felt almost like we are putting a bow on some of these things.
Okay.
And I don't think it's that simplistic, which again gives me pause of like, oh God, am I like misjudging something? Like it almost feels like it shouldn't be that clean, or everything shouldn't be kind of wrapped like this. And so I that's why I was like, I'm just curious if I kind of miss something, or if I'm interpreting things differently. But as far as like a film, and I think this is, you know, we joke, but like, man, this is a capital F film. You just fall in so easily with the characters, and I think the director does such a good job of, in what, 2+ hours, like, you understand the generational trauma, and there's like a lot of heavy, big ideas that you just kind of sit with and are at play. And I guess I just really hats off. It just is. It's really good.
I think that ending is, I think that interpretation is like, that's part of what makes it so well done. I think is that interpretation is completely valid. Like I think
Yeah.
there is a reading of that, of just like, wait, did it all just kind of button up? And I think there's Tim's reading of, oh no, hold on, is there something going on here? And I think it just would reward watching it 10 more times, and you probably could see it 10 different ways based on your mood and what's going on in your own life. And I'm sure there's just a lot to, I think a movie like that is so craftfully, artfully made that I'm guessing everything is deeply intentional about that ending to leave it open to a million different,
Yeah.
opportunities for interpretation.
Even though if there is a little bit of a bow on it, I mean, definitely the fact that he hires his old DP, you can say like, oh, I think that idea of, by not going this like Hollywood route with it, this idea that he is going to make it the way that it should be made, as his like his producer friend talks about, like, you're finally dealing with this, like, do not run away from it, do this the right way. What I took from that, like, yeah, you could be like, all right, this is all kind of coming together neatly, but I do think that, and that maybe he is so elegant that it is all kind of coming together neatly, but I think the complexities inside of it are such that it still works without feeling like
Yeah.
that. Like I love that, like just from like a storytelling standpoint, the fact that it is his old DP means he didn't sell out. The fact and just that and that means that he is actually dealing with the death of his mother, which then leads into him being able to move forward as a person, which would then open up a lane for his daughter to then accept him. Like just by that, we're realizing that he has made strides forward. And I don't know, I just think that's cool. I just think it's fucking cool without it being like, hey dad, we really did it. Like you can still sense, however great that scene went, you can still sense baby steps of her trusting him. It's not full trust. It's one little baby step toward this possibly working in our future. I do want to shout out a couple moments that I really liked, and DJ kind of already touched on one of them. Like the look of fucking disgust on his face when Elle Fanning is like reading that scene. And then he's like, we should take a break. It is like, and you're not wrong. That it's like you have to be a really good singer in order to sing poorly on purpose. Right. That Elle Fanning is incredible. And her take on that scene, her read of that scene, you could in some funhouse mirror be like, yeah, that works. But then later when you see Renata read the same thing and it's beautiful and perfect and understated and she's sobbing and it doesn't feel fake, it doesn't feel hammy, you're like, oh yeah, he knew that she could do that. And he was like, and while she's like reading it at the table and doing all these fucking tears and whatever, he's just like, this is fucking garbage. What am I doing? And then sort of on just like a shout out to the DP, the guy that plays the DP, the look of betrayal on his face when he was like, well, you know, Netflix wants to okay these things. Yeah. And he's like, he knows exactly what he's fucking thinking.
I think he says like, so that's how
it's going to be. Yeah. Like the look of betrayal is fucking incredible. Those are just like two moments that stood out.
I think the scene before she's about to go on stage as well.
Oh my God.
That was a bit of a early in the movie, like, oh hell yeah, I'm in. This is all right. You already just earned 2 full stars here, guys.
Yeah.
She kisses him, asks him to like slap me. And then she like she's there, and then she runs off, just ripping the dress. They gotta fucking tape her back in it, and then she goes out and fucking crushes. Like it's awesome. And I gotta tell you, just on the performance side, like just as a performer, that feels like very familiar. That thing of like,
it's so over, we're so back.
It's so over, we're so back.
Yeah.
Yeah, good movie. I don't want my I think what I like about this movie is we can have a discussion like that where we kind of think different things, and it's like, I don't know, man. Like it could be either, both, neither. Like it could just be like whatever the mood is when you watch the movie.
I'll tell you what, we are not thinking different things about F1.
Exactly.
F1 is one emotion at one time.
Flying.
Just flying.
There's jogging, and then there's flying.
And there's flying.
Yeah. So big, by my count, we've got, in no particular order here, One Battle After Another, Sinners, and Train Dreams. Is that right?
That's right, Deej. That is right. We are into the medal position. So this was a tight battle. Ooh. Things got tight here.
Okay, wow.
Coming in third with 24 total points. Sinners.
Wow. Okay.
And this is going to shock DJ and Tim particularly because they both had it as their second ranked movie, and I had Sinners as my 5th ranked movie.
Okay.
Fascinating.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. So I think maybe I should start.
Explain yourself.
Yeah. Okay. what I'm about to say is my reality,
Uh-huh.
and it impacted how I
This
rank
is
the
my
movie,
truth.
and people listening could think it's all bullshit, and I totally accept that. I saw Sinners. I wanted to see Sinners again. I saw Sinners once, and it was months and months ago in the theater when it came out. So I've been sitting on it without a rewatch for a long time. I think that probably played a part in it. My emotions coming from the movie, I can remember love the energy, love the sound, the music. Was definitely a swing, right? Like is a fresh, interesting concept of a movie. Michael B. Jordan's great. I think I remember being a little just I got held up a little bit on some minor plot points around like why are you leaving the barn? Why are you going outside the barn? Why like look what like why the fuck would you leave the barn? Don't leave the barn. I think it's clear now. Why are we leaving the barn? And so I think that dinged it a little bit for me. Listen, the best thing I can say is me personally, my 3 through 6 movies, you could pull them out of a hat and put them in a different order, and I would be accepting of
Mm-hmm.
that. And so I'm not tied to this necessarily. It should be ranked lower than Sentimental Value or Bugonia. Like that's just where I landed. I just think there was enough of like yeah, just some questions around the minor plot functions that I couldn't get it all the way up
Yeah.
into
Yeah.
like
Yeah. Yeah.
second position or even the best of like this 4 movie cohort that I kind of had carved out. And I say all that again, watched it months ago, and I feel badly about that. Definitely want to rewatch this movie because I do know it's quite popular amongst I think it has like a ton of support for it, and I think a ton of people think like this was the best movie of the year.
Yeah.
It's the most nominated movie in the history of movies. I think is important context.
There you
Uh,
go. There you go.
I had uh my one sentence was a genre movie with hundreds of layers, which is very rad and something that you don't come across every day. I'm usually not a much like a lot of like almost circling back to our Frankenstein conversation. Vampire. I'm not usually seeking out vampires movies. It's just not really what I'm looking for. And for whatever reason, man, I am just well, not for whatever reason, because it's like a fucking brilliantly made movie. I just went with all of it. And I think all the stuff that you bumped on, Randy, is I understand because I think that is like almost a feature instead of a bug of some of these types of movies, right? Don't go behind the barn, don't give the killer the chainsaw type of
Right.
stuff that like
Right.
propels these movies forward. And man, I don't know what it was. I just went with all of it. And I got in maybe the first like 15 minutes and was a little bit of just like, is this like what I thought it was gonna be? What are we doing here? And then I mean, you talk about flying again. I just like I fucking loved it. I loved all the music. I loved all the performances. I mean, the costumes, the post credits sequence where they come in and they're looking like the coolest people that have ever lived. I
Yeah.
mean, it's just God. It was just it was killer. I love the I mean the central like metaphor I think is pretty obvious, right? And the the vampire element of kind of white people sucking the blood out of black art and culture, which works on its face in a great way, but then it also is like I just thought there were wrinkles upon wrinkles upon wrinkles even to that element. And I just thought it was like I cannot wait to go back and watch it again because I think there's just so much more there that I surely even missed on the first time around. And I just had such a good time with it the first time. Tim, what about you?
I honestly, Randy, agree with you about like I guess what you could call what would that be like the rules
Yeah.
of the vampire parts of it, like when we talk about like the rules of horror movies, like the rules of monsters. Like I remember walking out the first time, and it was a little bit clearer the second time what they were after and why the vampires made the choices that they did. There was a part of me, and I'm being kind of honest with this, that like I think if you pulled all the vampire shit out, I honestly would like this movie just as much, because I found my like, if it's just about these two guys opening up a speakeasy, I would have been, this still would have been number two for me, because the entire movie that leads up to the vampires is like the fact that they take like the scene between Smoke is the one who can't roll his cigarettes, right? Is Mike, who has the kid who died.
I
I can't
don't remember. I don't
I
remember
don't
Smoke
remember.
versus Stack, but
Okay.
yeah.
So we'll just call him Smoke, and I can't remember which one it is. But like Smoke, like that scene between Smoke and his wife
Oh man.
when they are talking, like that scene's unbelievable. Like that when Stack goes in, or if maybe it's Smoke that goes into town and like shoots the guy in the ass and like teaches the girl how to negotiate. Like, no, see, now we're talking about numbers and you got to negotiate. Like, and then uh uh I all of that stuff I just loved so much that by the time it actually got to the vampires, I was like, this is just like extra shit in a movie that I already love.
Totally.
And I think that DJ, to your point about like, like the metaphor of like white people like sucking the blood out of black artists, I know I other people have written about this, and I do think it's really interesting, and it kind of goes to like why I think this movie is so incredible, is that it's not, I think in lesser hands it becomes as cut and dry, but the fact that he made them Irish,
Yes.
that they were also like an occupied people who also had their own music of resistance or whatever, like adds a layer of complexity to it that is not so stark, that is not so it is this and this, you know what I mean?
100%.
Yeah.
And those dueling, like even the way they played them off each other, right? Like the dueling kind of almost like, again, to use your word, like operatic music scenes. I mean, there's really like three, right? There's like the fever dream,
Hmm.
entire history of music kind of psychedelic scene, which is you might love or hate. I absolutely loved.
Absolutely loved, yeah.
And then there is like uh the the main first performance inside kind of the juke joint as well, and then there's like the outside, like the first time you see kind of the vampires, the Irish vampires particularly, just singing like whatever that kind of old folk
Hmm.
song is, and the way they're dancing, the way they're performing, the way they're singing, like I was just soaring during that entire scene, particularly in contrast to the other ones that we had just seen, and how those two are talking to each other, playing off of each other, saying the same thing, saying different things. I was like, fuck yeah. Like again, this is a vampire movie that we're watching. Like to
Yeah.
your point, it's like, oh, we got the KKK. I don't know if we really need to another villain here. Those guys
Yeah.
are, which then is like, well, maybe they're not villains, and then you get to the end and it's like, no, that we love being vampires and you should join us, and like that whole element of it. And it just is like, I just thought that, I mean, there's 50 things to unpack from this movie, and I just want to keep watching it.
There's, I think my favorite scene in the movie, and like Delroy Lindo is fucking incredible in this, but I think my favorite scene is when he's telling the story about his musician friend who accidentally took all of the money out of his pocket, and they accused him of stealing it from a white person and raping a white woman. And so they hung him right there. The pain in Delroy Lindo's memory of it comes out, and he like slaps his leg, and then he kind of start like the humming that he start, like the singing that starts comes from the hum of his own pain at the memory, which then becomes the beat of the song that Sammy starts playing to. So you actually are seeing like how the blues is actually created, and like that, it was like that to me is like a stunningly, and that's what I'm talking about when I'm like, I don't even need the fucking vampires. Like, that is so stunningly fucking beautiful that it's like, all right, yeah, if they didn't like get it, all the horror movies stuff like exactly spot on, clear cut at every moment, I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna give them a couple inches of leeway on that. You know what I mean?
And it is one of those movies too where I feel like usually I've run kind of in the opposite direction of the discourse, and I think
Mhm.
there was probably a lot of bad discourse about
Yeah.
this movie. There certainly already
Yeah.
is going to be after the nominations came out. I'm not
Yeah.
really talking about the like, what does this mean for movies discourse. I'm talking about the discourse about the actual movie. This is one of those that I'm like, oh my God, I just want to read everything that anybody's ever kind of said about this movie, because I feel like it's one of those types of films because you can follow it down the genre route, and where was this influenced by John Carpenter, and where was this influenced by this, that, and the other thing, and the playlist that they like, that the music is kind of based on, and all of everything from, you know, the like heavy metal stuff to the blues stuff to the bluegrass to the country stuff, like all the whole, you can go down a whole music rabbit hole about this movie. You can go down a whole horror rabbit hole. You can go down a whole race rabbit hole. You can go down
You can go down like
just
an
everything. Yeah.
aspect ratio rabbit hole. Like, Coogler put so much. There was like that video of him talking about the aspect ratios in this movie that's out of this fucking world.
It's just, yeah. I mean, it just is a this is what it's all about.
Yeah.
For me, type of movie. This is kind of the whole package.
And I also just loved, and Big, I'm sorry, we've been like
No,
fucking
no, no.
going
This
nuts
is
here.
I pretty much what I was saying up front is like, I feel bad because I don't have anything to participate smartly in this conversation because I watched it too long ago, unfortunately.
I do love that, like, in modern movies, you don't, everybody's so like very afraid. And I again, like, you know, when we're talking about American movies versus movies like Sentimental Value, and like what is sort of like allowed or accepted or that people are afraid of, this is a movie that is like not afraid of like sex and sexuality and sensuality. Like, I love, absolutely love that this, like, there are like 5 scenes about eating somebody out. Like, it's fucking awesome that they're just like, yeah, you know what rules? Like, I fucking love that they also like didn't shy away from those things. They're like, yeah, no, this is fucking part of it.
Yeah.
Like, I just think it's so cool. Like the vibes of it are just off the fucking charts in the best way. Yeah.
This is one again. I honestly, just hearing you guys talk about it, like, top of my list to rewatch.
Yeah.
Of
I do think it rewards a rewatch, and I do think that that those like horror movie rules are a little bit more in focus the second time, albeit I don't think that would be like the strongest part of it. Yeah.
Keep going.
Keep going. We got 2 left.
Yeah.
2 left. Somehow we've breached 3 hours. You know, we're going to continue to pay homage to the brutalist. Well, here's kind of the main event. So we have One Battle After Another and Train Dreams left with 25 points. So edge Sinners by 1 point. In second place in our composite ranking is Train Dreams.
I'm like kind of surprised and also not surprised by this.
Knew it was going to perform well. I don't know if I think I would have taken the under. I didn't know that it had runner-up silver medal status in it.
Okay, so Tim had it third, DJ had it fourth. Guys, I had it first, and some of this
nice.
Hell yeah. Kind of knew what was going to be our winner.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to
throw your vote to count,
to recognize a movie that
shout out that year that none of us chose Oppenheimer because we thought everybody was going to choose Oppenheimer.
That's right. It's like I'm trying to think of the famous got into the Baseball Hall of Fame, but it wasn't unanimous. Anyway, Train Dreams for me. I'll
Derek
start
Jeter,
because
right?
I had it as
Derek
my
Jeter, I
best
think.
movie. Yeah, maybe he was like the only unanimous, maybe,
No,
but
Mariano Rivera, I think, was unanimous. I think Derek Jeter
maybe
there was like
that's
one
why.
dissenting, but
But like all
yeah.
the historical greats have not been unanimous. Okay, Train Dreams. I had not low expectations. It was a movie that I definitely went into thinking like I have to watch this because it's nominated. Judging it solely based on a little bit of the trailer, I was like, what is this? Just a guy like journeying through the woods, had no
What
idea
is this?
quite
Some
what it
sort of
was
fucking
about.
movie about trades?
And guys, I'll be damned if like I just felt really affected by this
Yeah.
movie. Like
Yeah.
I think it was a beautiful film and I think the characters were excellent. I mean, Arn Peoples is a character that I'm going to like think about for a long time. Um gosh, big emotions in this one. The wildfire scene where he loses his wife and daughter. I think in the end, this just, I guess, why I put it ahead of One Battle After Another is one, I just wanted to recognize it. Two, I like personally speaking, I think this movie just hit me, and I you don't quite know when and what movies are gonna hit you, but I was absorbed in it. I just thought it was lovely, right? It's based on a novella by Dennis Johnson. I have not read the book, but I want to. Um, it's just a life. It's a life lived, and I think it kind of gives detail to a life that the movie kind of ends talking about the main character. He dies in his cabin, essentially a hermit, in November of 1968. And if you didn't know anything about this person, you would think so many things about this man and his life, and to die alone out in the woods. But to use the film to give that life the richness, the ups, the downs, the emotions. Again, I'm repeating myself, but
Yeah.
I just fucking worked, and I thought it was beautiful, and I just, I think it just hit me, and it's gonna stay with me, and I don't know how else to kind of explain that feeling except like it just did it for me. I mean, that was my takeaway, and we follow the story from, I think, just past World War I and logging out west, and then by the end you get a little taste of like technology and this new society with trains and new bridges and airplanes, and it,
Airplanes and
yeah, I just think it kind of spoke to the human condition in a way that I like. I don't know if it's just where I mean, I know some of it's just like where I am in life personally,
yeah.
but yeah, it's just like, man, I fucking loved it.
I think that like I agree with everything you said. And I will also throw out like, and this is a little bit of a joke, that like there might be a part of this that is like very much for dudes. And you know what I
Mm,
mean? I
yeah.
don't mean that like in a reductive way, because I think that anybody that watches it is, I think maybe a bad reading of this is that it's going to be like men will react to it this way. But I do think anybody would react in the same way that we have, that it has so much humanity, and there are so like, and I guess a little bit worried going in that it was going to be one of those things that would just like hammer you with like with tragedy. And even the tragedies are dealt with from like this joyous perspective of, this is what life is, this is what, we can't make sense of it in any moment, and bad things will happen and incredible things will happen, and they're all unexplainable, but every single person has a life exactly like this guy's, and it is equally as important as all the other ones. and all of these things, all these small things mean everything to every individual, and it somehow gets that out in like this beautiful and moving and quiet and like just this quiet way that I was really fucking blown back by in a really because people had said like, it's really good, and I wish, the only thing I wish is that I had not seen a screenshot of him in the airplane. That's the only thing that I wish I didn't know going in, because that scene knocked me back. But I kind of wish I didn't know he was going to get in an airplane. And even just like that voiceover of like he finally saw the connection in all things or whatever. It just fucking shot me back in my chair. Like, fucking hell.
We
Yeah.
talked a lot on this pod about flying.
Yeah.
And,
That guy was
yeah,
flying.
maybe no more apropos moment. Yeah, I agree with everything you guys have said. It's a movie that I think was a rare treat, where it's like, you know, Marty Supreme for a year before it came out, it was just like, you know, it was like the I forget what the Simpsons joke even is, but just the, you know, the thing is coming, basically. Like, get ready for Marty Supreme. This was truly just like, I was sitting on my couch, my son had just gone down for a nap. It's the middle of the afternoon. I'm watching like in the sunroom in our house. I'm like, oh, Train Dreams is supposed to be cool. I'll fire this up. Could not have been more of like an afterthought, push and play type of movie.
Yeah.
And I just, same as you guys, I just got about halfway through it, like, holy shit, like, why am I feeling the way that I'm feeling right now? And I think obviously a lot of this goes to the director. Clint Bentley is the same guy that made Sing Sing, which I think we all saw. And it was another like tremendous movie, and a movie that like on its face, not sure you could come up with two more different movies from like a plot device perspective, but also I don't think you can come up with two more similar movies that are just like, man, isn't it great to just be a human being? Isn't it just complex to be a human being? Like, they just have very, very similar, just lovely tones to them. And that's just such a specific thing to the director or the writer, the cinematographer, the total package, whatever it is. But that is it's just one that I'm like, yeah, I can't wait for the next one. I also love movies that are just big ass arcs. You know, I love when you're just covering 80 years in an hour and 43 minutes. That's always a good time. I like that. I love that it was like, I don't know, in a lot of ways, like not even really a movie, you know, it's just kind of a big like tone poem of all these different little like vignettes that all add up to just this wallop of a, you know, we're kind of just didn't really say anything, but we kind of said everything, right? Like, I don't know, there's not really anything else there, right? We kind of just, I think we covered it, right? And it's like, that's a feat. And then you guys mentioned it, but I always like the you know, I think all the time about just like transformational technologies, like the way that technology impacts people's lives, and especially when that goes from something like so like things that are so analog. And I know we'll have this in our lifetime too when we look back on it, you know, assuming that we as a species have that many years left. But there's always something about going from just like using big ass saws to cut down trees to like flying in an airplane. Is like, whoa, that's way different. Whereas in our lifetime, I feel like a lot of it's just stuff that's not that concrete or kind of like tangible, right? It's a lot of like this medical breakthrough, this computer development, this, you know, the technology is just much more screen and kind of digitally based, rather than just like, no, now trains are around, now planes are around. And I just always, that's always a good device for a movie. And then the last thing I would shout out, sorry, I'm kind of rambling, is the it's just a good movie of kind of that guy actors, you know, that guy, that girl actors. It's Joel Egerton's always kind of like the B-C part in a movie. Felicity Jones, you know, shout out The Brutalist, but she's always kind of, she's never like the tip top star, I feel like. And granted, she's not in a ton of this movie, but Carrie Condon, Shout out to F1. She's
Yeah.
she's that person a lot of the time. William H. Macy's like almost exclusively that person. And it kind of is just
Mhm.
like this sum of like especially when you get into what you were saying, Tim, on like each one of these lives is kind of endlessly complex and equally important. There's just something very like that doesn't really work if it's fucking Brad Pitt
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like whoever else, like Leo DiCaprio or like some mega star. It's kind of a little
Yeah.
hard being like, oh, this is just a regular dude just
And
trying to
that
make it
way of
work.
like Brad Pitt is different than humans.
Right.
Tom Cruise
Yeah.
is different than humans, and Joel Edgerton is just like honestly like a generation. Like he's good. He's generationally talented. He's fucking incredible. But he also has the ability to play this guy who you can walk by and not notice in these towns, like, or that everybody knows but doesn't really talk to, and you get it. You get it through his performance. The moment, and I love that he really doesn't, the voiceover talks way more than he ever does in this movie. And the moment where he talks, he's connecting with a woman who lost her husband, and the thing that he says about like, and this is years, a decade plus since he lost his wife and daughter, and he talks about how like sometimes I can hear them and I don't turn my head because I don't want to scare them away. Like that is so fucking painful. And you just know that he has had that in his head for 15 years and has never spoken it out loud. And I love that it also didn't go the way of like them starting a relationship.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like it
Totally.
didn't
I
go
know.
that way. It's just they found like this momentary kindred spirit, but and she even calls it out like we're both hermits. And he's like, is that what I am? He didn't even know he was a hermit, you know? Like it's
Yeah.
just it's so gently beautiful and so moving throughout without, and even when there's tragedy, it doesn't hammer you over the head with it. I was really fucking blown away by it.
Because I think I was just amazed that they pulled it all off like they did, because I like this movie in the wrong director's hand with the wrong actors would have been so overwrought and almost like sappy, I think. And they just they I don't know, man, they just managed to like strike, I thought, the right tone, the right notes all throughout. And I just am immensely impressed by that. And yeah, DJ, I think it was to your point about like all the cliches that we talk about of like this movie is one huge cliche, right? About like
Yeah.
everything's important,
Yeah.
everything's
Yeah.
connected. And it could be so like to have that and to still have this movie pull off the way that it does. I'm just like I'm so impressed. I needed it right now in my life. I think I can get if you watch the news too much, if you get on social media
Yeah.
too much, like I think one of the subtle things is what I liked about this movie is just like, man, we used to be so much more connected to our surroundings and
Hmm.
we just aren't anymore. And yeah, I just think there are there's so much you could peel here if you wanted to peel, but it's not even necessary to peel if you don't want to. I
Yeah.
don't think.
Hmm. Well said.
Yeah. God damn.
Yeah,
Beautiful. Beautiful. Like, and truly, like out of nowhere, had people telling me, yeah, it's really good. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. It's under the radar. And yeah,
yeah,
fucking
yeah.
great.
All right. Well, that leaves our winner, the best picture, near unanimous, one battle after another. The Paul Thomas Anderson. You guys, I think it's headed for masterpiece status. Like, this was a good movie.
It's a good movie.
It was a
Good
fun
ass
movie. I will set it up. We all watched this. I think maybe Tim, had you seen it prior,
Yeah,
but
I saw it like 5 days before.
as we kind of hinted at the beginning of this pod, the three of us, along with our other buddy Nick, were in Milwaukee. It was early October. I know that because the Reds were playing in the playoffs against the Dodgers, and we had a few days to play golf. And one of the evenings, we went to the Oriental Theater in Milwaukee, which, if you're ever in Milwaukee, that is an awesome, awesome theater that you have there, DJ. But this was in kind of a golf hangout trip. I think we all were also really looking forward to going and watching this movie. And I had high expectations going in, and I left having those expectations not only met but really exceeded.
Yeah.
With the performances, with this mixture of drama, and it's kind of taut thriller at times, and it's fucking funny at times, and just so many memorable characters, performances. So let me lay that groundwork, and which one of you two would like to kind of dive in and start us here?
I'll start it off with this, and then DJ, I'll let you go. I just want to, one of the best things is that when this movie was over, like we're still in our seats, I look over at Deej, he looks at me and goes, "Fuck yeah," and a high five, and we high fived. Like, that is, I think, very indicative of what this movie is. But I just wanted to lay that one right out, and Deej, you can take it.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of says it all. That might be the one sentence review right there.
Yeah.
16 years later, the world's changed very little. I think that's kind of the big one. I think both from a my own personal experience with the movie, I think the first Paul Thomas Anderson movie I think I saw was probably Boogie Nights when I was in college, and that was probably about 16 years later or 16 years ago. And 16 years later, I'm like, yeah, this guy's still the reason to go to the movies and the reason that I get so fired up to watch films. And it's challenging, and there's curveball after curveball, and he makes you struggle through scenes, and he makes you laugh, and he picks good music, and he does things with the camera that are just inconceivable. And yeah, Randy, I mean, you kind of set it up in that, like, pick your day, pick your state of mind, pick your adventure a little bit. It can be the funniest movie you've ever seen. It can be the best chase movie you've ever seen. It can be the best social commentary movie you've ever seen. It can be, just a buddy hangout movie for a good while. It allows you to really go in whatever direction you want to go with it. And I feel like I can say that because I think I've watched it 5 or 6 times at this point and have had a different experience every time. I think the first time I watched it, I was in a very just tuned up, fun state of mind with you guys, and I found it just the funniest thing I've ever seen. The second time I watched it, I was at home, and I just found it like unbelievably emotional. And all the father-daughter stuff, and all of, like, even just a scene like Leo tearing up in front at the parent-teacher conference.
Oh, God,
and I'm just
so
like, this is the
good.
funniest thing I've ever seen. Why am I crying about while he's crying, and he's making these jokes about Teddy Roosevelt, and I hope you guys are teaching about the Philippines. And it's I mean, it's so funny. Him falling off the roof, is just the first time I saw that is just a moment that's going to stick with me forever. A few small beers, Tim, you know how I feel about that.
That was the clip. That was the clip because Benicio was nominated for Best Supporting Actor at the SAG Awards, or at the Actor Awards now, and that was the clip that they played, like, and the nominees are. And when that one came on, I fucking hooted. Like, I actually was like, yeah.
But I mean, you just keep going on. Like, I haven't even mentioned Tiana Taylor, haven't mentioned Sean Penn for some reason, haven't mentioned all the little one-off characters. The guy, like, again, this versus Marty Supreme on kind of the, like, this actor's not really an actor type of things. Like, the interrogator that's in this movie is, I think, a former police officer or something.
I think that might have been his job, like a military interrogator.
Yeah, but not an actor, and just somehow got found to be in this role. And, like, a a moment that not only like doesn't take you out of the scene, but it's just like, holy shit, why is this is different now? I'm like, I'm tense. Why am I like, why do I feel
Yeah.
tense watching this guy? You know, it's the
Yeah,
same
because
with
he's the scariest motherfucker you've ever seen.
yeah. And it's the same with the guy that's across the table from him. The you know, Billy Goat is in the wind. That the Howard was it
Uh-huh.
Howard Somerville or something?
Yeah.
That guy I think is also kind of a similar boat.
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
think he's like a professor.
yeah, and there's just so many different r- just elements and twists and turns all leading up to like the end of the movie, the roads, all of this has been just like so covered by so many other places I know, but it's like the these rollicking, roiling roads out in like rural California that they shoot with these super compressed long lenses and make it feel like you're on the boat in fucking Jaws or something, or make you feel like you're on a roller coaster, or I mean, it's just it is like it's the best, like straight up. I think without exaggeration, the best movie going theater experience I think I've ever had. And I say that, I guess maybe setting it up with like watching it at home was a little bit of a step down the first time. And I just think some of that was just like my own expectations, but my God, what a movie to be seen in movie theaters, man, particularly with, you know, buddies or someone who likes the same kind of movies. I mean, it was just like, God, it was just a blast.
I can't remember having a reaction to him. It's been a while since I have had a reaction to a movie like this, and I was not expecting it. I expected to like it, but ultimately saw this thing 4 times in movie theaters, and I cannot tell you the last time I did that. And I've definitely seen movies twice in a movie theater recently, but that and just like yeah, like the experience of like every time I watched it, something new stuck out. The first time I watched it, it was Sean Penn. The second time I watched it, it was Benicio del Toro. The third time, it was Tiana Taylor. The fourth time, I was like, you know, and Leonardo like is in there the whole time, just fucking doing legendary shit. But like, I was remember when I was telling Annie when I got back from that Milwaukee trip, where I was just like the four of us just levitating the whole walk home,
Oh,
just being like, hey, remember this part? Hey, remember this part? Hey, remember this part? Like every single moment. Like,
that's what I'm doing right now.
yeah.
Like, I'm just thinking of Leo whistling to the Mexican
Oh,
farmers about which way he should go. I'm thinking of him talking to his
para
daughter's
allá. No
friends who
para,
come and
no
pick
para
him
allá.
up. You cool? You
What's
cool,
up, homie?
Holmes?
You
Uh,
Talking about freedom,
but
baby.
yeah, sorry, Tim. I'm totally interrupting, but like
no,
that this whole time I'm just thinking back to like all of those scenes. Like, you remember this? Remember that?
I, 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 I just, it seems like a fucking miracle. And I mean this in like, I actually do mean that literally, that this like that Warner Brothers was like, you know, because Paul Thomas Anderson movies, like, I don't think he's never worked at anything close to this budget level. I think it was like $150 million, and it's not like a big Marvel movie, but there were even just moments where I just felt amazing watching actors walk through a practical set with a lot of extras.
Yeah.
And I think like, and even just that was like a joyous feeling. And that I just don't know how they said yes. And I'm so glad that they did.
Well, there's so many things, like even just bringing up that particular instance, like watching people walk through practical sets with a bunch of extras,
Mhm.
was bowled over yesterday by watching it again. And the scene, it's just a connector scene that just seemingly totally doesn't have to be in the movie.
Mhm.
Where it's the guard walking from one building to the other to come in and tell Lockjaw that he's, you know, being summoned to this whatever.
That is exactly the scene that I am
And
referring to.
they're walking through these cages essentially where there's a bunch of kids who have like these solar blankets that are balled up into a ball and they're playing like volleyball. And it's like, okay, there's 4 seconds of the movie that's the whole movie. Would you like to pause and
Yeah.
just talk about, because there's a whole movie right there if you want
Yeah.
to talk about like how fucking bone chilling it is. that these kids are just doing kids things inside of a cage as the military and the police force kind of fuse together into this unrecognizable, cartoonish, sort of like authoritarian brute squad.
Yeah.
Like there's 4 seconds of the movie if you want to just like linger there, because that's kind of the whole deal. And that happens for another 2 hours and 40 minutes, you know?
This is something that I know that I remember talking about it when we were talking about Power of the Dog, this idea that like subtlety, like subtlety is
When was the last time
underrated.
you revisited that one?
You know what? I probably should again. But yeah, like it
I
was,
know exactly the scene you're talking about.
yeah, it's like, oh, this guy might be gay, but he's got, oh, is he? He's jamming the 6-foot dick of a fence post into the ground between his legs. That like it is called Operation Boot Heel. Is like subtlety is fucking overrated. Deej, you pointed this out, that when the riot police turn around to stop like that Bacton Cross raid, and all the billy clubs come out, and they're just dicks.
Just erect dicks.
Just erect dicks. Like subtlety is fucking overrated. And that's one of the things I love about it, that this feels so immediate for a movie he's been working on for 20 years. It felt like they wrote it last week and filmed it in 2 days, and we're like, we have to make the most topical fucking movie. But it all feels exactly like what it feels like to be alive right now. And again, that's one of the great things about Paul Thomas Anderson. And he's also just like, yeah, it's not really about that.
Sure.
It's about this guy trying to save his daughter, and about like the idea of revolution, but not trying to solve revolution, you know?
Yeah, that's what has just continued to like hit me over the head many, many times every time that I watch it. It's just like this portrait of you know, again, revolutionaries that almost just get taken to almost a cartoonish nth degree. I mean, she's got the iconic scene, like the pregnant belly just firing the AR-15 or whatever. You know, there's like, it starts there almost as this like memory of the past. Like, remember when we used to really be doing wild stuff, and it pivots to this, what happens when kind of the young revolutionary spirit dies and you just want to lay on the couch and smoke a joint and watch the Battle of Algiers all day.
So good.
Which is so good. And again, it's just like, man, you could just pause at any point and there's something to look at. I remember I looked at it yesterday, and when he kind of escapes through the hole in the bedroom, when they like come into his room looking for him, you know, the Sean Penn and the MKU squad come in, assuming that's his bedroom. That's Bob's bedroom, Leo's bedroom. He's got like a wolf comforter, which is just like, again, there's just like so many little things that are like, man, there's, for a movie that is just about the big ideas, it also is just so childish and stupid and silly. And it's, you know, what is it? The Sisterhood of the Brave Beavers.
Sisterhood of the, again, subtlety is fucking overrated.
And it's just it's this like big idea movie that also kind of at times is made by a 12-year-old, and it just is, it's like, man, that's aspirational right there.
I mean, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. No, I was just gonna say, like, because I think I saw it multiple times, and I think the first time I kind of locked on to the revolutionaries, right, and just kind of went through, and I think every single one of them except for Bob, and maybe his daughter, never ratted anybody else out, but like everybody in the end ended up kind of breaking, you know, like there's a like, Deej, to your point, you know, like either you die young or you get old and washed up, but like you're not going to carry that spirit all through life.
And it's just cyclical, right? With of course, the end of the movie, and the, you know, her
she's going off to the
getting
protest.
the call to go to and then American Girl plays, which again, in like the wrong hands, is just like so tropey, but it's this great spin on like, what does it mean to be the American Girl in 2026 is very different
Yeah.
than
Yeah.
1985, but also it's not, but also it is, and it's just it's great.
I said this to Annie. I mean, of course, like and I think I told you guys this on the text thread, but like when she would lie, when we went to go see it together, and she would laugh. She at a certain point, she was like, "You have to stop looking at me every time I laugh. It's you are acting like we are renewing our vows." And but like that is one of the amazing things about it that I was like, if you're gonna watch the first like 30-40 minutes of this movie, like you're not gonna believe me when I tell you it's one of the funniest movies that has ever been made. Like it is like Sean Penn is fucking like and oh, and then just to that point, again, speaking to now, like I love that a movie, because again, we are steeped with this every single day in the world. Like the rise of like sort of like white nationalism, like actual scary white nationalism. And he was like, you know what? Fuck it. These guys are weird ass losers. And he doesn't like he gives them power, but he also makes them ridiculous with all their fucking Hail Saint Nick and their bullshit fucking khakis and
Christmas
the Christmas
Adventures.
Adventurers Club, which has been amazing to like as like a shorthand. I've done it with you guys, and I've done it with other people where it's
There's a
like,
lot of
yo,
Christmas adventures in golf.
yeah,
Unfortunately,
there's a
yeah.
lot. It's like a lot of Christmas, like just to be able to be like, we got a real fucking. This guy feels like a real Christmas adventurer is like a great shorthand for that feel, but like
Wh-
that he almost in a way gives them power because they do have it. Like inarguably, there are people that feel the same way that have a lot of actual power, but to take them, but to not give them, to make them ridiculous in the movie strips them and does shine a light on the ridiculous fucking loser dick energy that most of these guys have. Like you absolute fucking wastes, just
Well,
dumb fucking, like when they're in the like Christmas Adventurer Club meeting, and it sounds like any bullshit fucking board meeting you've ever been
I'm
to
gonna
where
turn
like
you over to Jim here. He's gonna give you
I'm
the
going to turn you over to Jim here who's going to
Yeah.
give you the details, and he's like, thanks James, like thanks John, I really appreciate it. Okay, like it's fucking incredible.
and also that scene is shot like it's Apocalypse Now, right? Like
Uh-huh.
it just reminded me so much of the scene in Apocalypse Now where Harrison Ford's kind of like sitting off to the side, and they're like laying out the plan to go snuff out like the scariest guy that's ever lived, and they're treating it the same way. And it's just like I hate to inform you, this guy's has a mixed race baby, and they got
Yeah.
the like.
I don't know how to tell you this, John. It's black.
The taxidermied pheasant in the background, and the guy. I mean, it's just, oh god, it's
The
incredible.
way
And, well,
the way we fucking laughed when Sean Penn comes up to him when he's like at the grocery store where he's like buying bottles, and he's like, "You like black girls? I love them." Like it's the funniest shit I've ever fucking seen.
oh, and then yeah, I mean, just all the little things. We haven't really talked about Sean Penn, but I mean, the way he walks, the way he talks,
Uh-huh.
the
Oh.
again, there's like this is I brought this up as a category in that fantasy podcast, but just movies that you're afraid to recommend to other people.
Uh-huh.
And I was thinking about that during, because like the movie's very unfunny up until basically the Steely Dan hits,
Yeah. Yeah.
and we're seeing Chase Infinity in the dojo. But before that, it's like there's not a lot of yucks. And so when I say that, like him rolling up in his giant truck, going to the front door with a bouquet of flowers, her not being home, him going back to the truck to grab a battering ram.
A battering ram.
And I'm like, no, you get like that's like if you don't think that's like the funniest thing that's ever happened, like I don't know. I don't know if we're on this if we're dialed into the same frequency.
Yeah.
And
It's a good
it
litmus
is,
test.
it
Yeah.
is, and it's just God, it's that over and over. The fucking ending that is like, I feel like my whole film watching experience now is just gets condensed down into these like little Instagram clips of PTA interviews or film analysis of this, that, or the other. So I feel like I've heard the Terminator 2 story a million times where he talks about his first day of film school and the screenwriting teacher basically being like, if you're here to write Terminator 2, like there's the door, like you need to get out of here, and how turned off he was to that idea. And like, well, what if somebody wants to write Terminator 2 fucking rules? What if somebody wants, that's their dream? Like, you can't squash that. Aren't we supposed to be building people up in these schools? And so he leaves film school, right? And so for that scene after Lockjaw's like obviously should be dead, for him to just basically roll out in what's like a shot for shot kind of like remake of the Terminator 2 scene where he's just walking through the dust. I'm like, fuck yeah, man. That's so good.
It's so
well, and that's where like being in a theater, like the audience, like they were vocal, kind of it was such a shock moment, right? And I think that was part of what was so fun about being in a theater around other people watching it.
I mean, it's one of those ones. I mean, like we are like, God bless us, we're touching on 4 hours again. God, every year I look forward to this shit. But like, I mean, like we could. It would be fun to like just like sit down and watch this movie and pause it and discuss. It would probably be 9 hours long, but just like but just like you're talking about, like here's a 40-second clip and the entire movie's in there. Like, let's talk about this one thing.
Like what jumps out? What do you
How
notice?
about-
What do you notice?
How about Alana Haim during the like roundup scene, running out the back door, getting shot in the head and the wig falling off? I'm like,
And
oh,
the
that's
wig flies off.
That's the fucking coolest shot I've ever seen in like an action
Yeah.
movie. How about the camera on the car door as it slams? I'm like, that's like the coolest shot I've ever.
There is even just like the sound design of her, the ding of her, like that sort of rhythmic ding of her trying to start the car without the keys, ends up being used as a transitional sound to get into the soundtrack for the River of Roads chase scene. Like, this movie is operating on fucking levels heretofore unfucking seen.
It's got that crackling Steely Dan tube sound.
That tube sound, you don't even need that anymore, man. You can just put it into a computer program. You just download it. I know how to drink and drive, hun.
But even that, so God. Okay, sorry, we don't.
You're just driving up here. You're just driving up here with a red car. People tell you can do that.
Loud.
Just drive up here like that.
Loud, don't you think? But even that scene where it's like, we don't have to do this for every scene, but the scene where they're at the kitchen table, probably my favorite scene in the movie, where he clearly he's so hungover, she's so over the bullshit. She makes him a pot of coffee. This coffee's not even warm, huh? But warm. They're trying to have like a conversation. She basically says like, "Fuck you, Bob," and his first reaction is like, you really shouldn't talk to your father that way. And then he's just fighting himself in his own head about like, you know what though? No, you should tell me what you think always. You should always be honest with me. And he just is like, watching him fumble through this drug-addled, like, I'm trying to be a parent, but I don't even have my real name, and she doesn't know what's going on, and I'm just doing the best I can, and who the fuck just pulled into the driveway? I'm like, that again, flying
there. And one thing that I also love about it is that I think this is like something I noticed on the second or third watch, that like when she's playing in the backyard with the dog and you see that scene of Lockjaw in the helicopter, like that amazing shot where the helicopter banks, there's a moment where she looks up at the sky and she sees a bird, and he looks out the window and looks up at the sky and he sees a helicopter. And it's just shit like that, where it's just like she does not live in the same world of paranoia that he does. And it's just, again, he does not stick on this. It's not overwrought. You would miss it the first time you watch it, but it's there, and it's just a way of highlighting where their heads are at.
Yeah.
She's still a child. She still is living in a high school, and he lives with the paranoia of all these things. It's just fucking unbelievable. It's fucking
new consciousness, T.
It's a new consciousness. One thing that I love is I didn't see it coming. I knew I would like it. I knew there'd be a lot of good things to take away from it. I
didn't see the comedy coming.
I didn't see that coming. And I didn't see this being a movie that I could watch now. I've saw it 4 times in theaters and once at home, that I could watch 5 times in a matter of has it been 5 months since it came out? Was it October when we saw it?
It was October, yeah.
Yeah,
So,
October, November,
yeah,
December. Yeah, 5, 6
like
months. I've
once
watched
a
it
month
5
pace.
times. That is, I don't know, like it's got shit that you can return to over and fucking over again.
I mean, yeah, God. Thinking about Benicio, like doing the
Ocean waves.
little the ocean waves before he leaves. I mean, do we even talk about a few small beers?
It got mentioned. Just what a fucking
It's
legend of a moment.
Let's take a selfie.
Let's take a
Yeah.
and I think like there are like one thing that I love about, like I have actually taken, since seeing it, I have taken that idea of ocean waves and his, like the calm that he has. He is decisive and but he is kind throughout. He is like, don't step on the mat of a thing, watch your shoes, and he bows before he leaves. Like he
right.
never gets rattled. Ocean waves, these things are going to hit you. You got to ride with it. You got to, like, it's like a lesson to take forward. Like when again, just like little details, when Benicio's taking him through the apartment and all Bob wants is to fucking charge that phone, but he's still taking the time to introduce him to all of his
This
family
is the
members.
little one,
So
Landon.
people are in that apartment.
And like
Yeah.
off in the corner, you can see like a 6-year-old who's like kicking her legs up in the air because she doesn't want to go to bed. And when he meets the baby, he like takes the baby's wrists and just like shakes it like you would shake a baby's hand. It's fucking. And again, we almost, in this whole conversation, we haven't talked about Leo very much. I don't physically know how he does this, and that like you watch him like throw a gun over a fence and then throw himself over the fence, and he had to do that so many times. And then he had to wake up and do another scene with that level of intensity the next day, and he makes this shit look so easy that you don't even notice, like that he's a fucking movie star. When he makes a movie, you pay attention because it's going to be fucking good.
Yeah, I think I don't even know how long we've talked about this already, but it's like I still feel like we even haven't gotten into a lot of the like big ass ideas,
Yeah.
right? Of the revolutionary part of the first 25 minutes, like that whole element of it, how that relates to the rest of the movie. We haven't really talked about Perfidia Beverly Hills, Tiana Taylor's character, all that
Mhm.
much. That's all there to unpack. The ending, I think, is fascinating riff on chase scenes and almost like the Americana of, kind of just fast American cars ripping through the desert.
Uh-huh.
Like there's that aspect. There's so much, man. It's I think can be pretty overwhelming the first time you see it.
And even in the Tiana Taylor stuff, like she's only in the first 40 minutes of the movie, but like
Yeah.
gets to have essentially every human emotion in this. Like when she talks about, like, at the same moment that she's like, you and your white male insecurity, you'll never be able to do the revolution like me. But in the same moment, or in a moment directly previous to that, there's a voiceover of her talking to her friend about how, like, ever since the baby came, it's like, I'm not his girl
Yeah.
anymore. Like the levels of this character, even in just 40 minutes, are so well thought out and so well performed. And she's like so unbelievably engaging. And I don't know, it's just,
Well, and it just sneaks up on you, like it just constantly is like switching back or changing into almost like a different movie in a great way, where you have that whole extremely human, range of emotions right into the bank robbery that almost kind of starts again. You have a character named Jungle Pussy who's up on
yeah.
the bank tellers, and it almost starts as just like this showy kind of almost like blaxploitation type,
Yeah.
throwback, big gaudy, like crazy type of scene, right into just that one gunshot stops the entire movie.
Yep.
And it is like, nope, now we're in a different movie, and get ready for here's the best chase scene you've ever
And
true,
like,
like, what if Paul Thomas Anderson made a huge chase scene? And some of those
and like,
helicopter shots and the way that they're ripping through in the minivan and the Taurus and these, like, very uncool cars just in one of the coolest scenes ever.
Very uncool cars doing very uncool car chase shit where they're just like bumping
Yes.
cars out of the way. It's not Michael Bay. It's like what it would be if you drove a fucking Taurus and you weren't a stunt driver and you're trying to get away. Like, yeah, it's one that we probably could have spent this entire episode talking about.
Yeah.
Like the
And this is
haters,
one
the
that-
losers, and punk trash.
Punk
Or
trash.
dangerous lunatics. That's what it is. Dangerous lunatics, haters, and punk trash. They would have hated that.
More lunatics. When Sean Penn, like, do you have any debts? And he's like, well, I did buy a jet ski, and and it was an upgrade from the Sea-Doo X41B. It was defective, and I stopped payment, and I do not apologize for it, or whatever the fuck he says.
Oh, God. And then even, just him getting to the end. Now I'm thinking about him, like him getting to the end and just the dream of like the corner
I've
office,
made it in this
the
office.
corner office
yeah.
in the most nondescript, unfurnished office building of just like we rock them, man.
Directly over the highway. Like it looks out over to the fucking highway.
Yeah.
We really did it. We rocked them. Yeah. So good. So good.
Yeah, maybe we'll do another episode where we talk about the bigger ideas, but it's just what a fucking joy of them. We get to live in the same world that one battle after another exists in. Like, I know a lot of shit's going wrong, but at least one thing went fucking right this year. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Do you think, I haven't even looked at like any odds, is it the prohibitive favorite? Would you be surprised? I guess Sinners also, like,
I would
as far as actually winning.
I would legitimately be surprised if Sinners beat out One Battle for Best Picture. I think I think I would legitimately be surprised. I think I would be really surprised if Ryan Coogler beat out Paul Thomas Anderson for director, only because there is this sort of like Academy thing of like, if you're around for a long time and you never got one, I feel like this is going to be a Paul Thomas Anderson. I think they're in different categories for screenplay. Because there's adapted and original. And so I think Coogler's in.
That's right. Sinners is original.
And so I could see both of them winning for that. I could see Sinners having a bunch of nominations, but not as many wins as nominations are out there. You know what I mean? Yeah. I think I don't know I don't know the odds.
I got them pulled up. FanDuel has it at One Battle is -500. Sinners is +340.
That feels right. I feel like Delroy Lindo is probably going to be Best Supporting. I don't know who else is in that category, but that's another guy that's just like high level shit for so long.
He's up against Sean Penn.
Lockjaw.
Yeah.
Is he up against Sean Penn and Benicio?
Yeah, they have Sean Penn -320, Stellan Skarsgård +430, Delroy Lindo +750, Benicio +2700, and then Jacob Elordi last +3300.
I don't know. I mean, I think that we could see Delroy or
think some value there, maybe
Skarsgård. I think there's some value there because everybody loves him and because Sean Penn and Benicio are going to split votes.
Yeah.
And I don't know how much the Oscars love Sean Penn because he's a fucking insane person and I love him so much. And when I was at the Golden Globes, I like before that picture came out, like everybody, like I leaned over to Justine. I was at the same table as Justine Loop from the show. And I was like, yo, Sean Penn's ripping fucking darts. He's just fucking smoking cigs at his table. And he's like trying to hide it under the table a little bit. But he's like, what are you going to do? Fucking kick me out? Best Supporting Actress.
Amy Madigan is +150 from Weapons. And then Tiana Taylor +170. And Wunmi Masaku, I believe, from Sinners,
from
+170
Sinners
as well. And then you were right, both women from Sentimental Value
I feel like
Mhm.
that's gonna end up being Tiana Taylor. Amy Madigan has like this sort of like she's won a bunch of these in the lead
Yeah.
up, but I don't know. My gut is that that's gonna be Tiana Taylor.
And in director, Paul Thomas Anderson is minus 1,500. That is,
Yeah, I
Mm.
just as great as Sinners is, I just it like one battle after another just seems like a fucking. It's like a somewhat undeniable juggernaut,
yeah.
at least for me.
Yeah.
I that you can make an argument, but it just feels like on most of these, it's like I don't know. The argument really does seem like it's just going to win.
Yeah.
But yeah, but I do think that there will definitely be like Sinners representation on the stage. Like people that worked on Sinners will walk away with trophies in their hands. I just don't think it's going to be in Best Picture or Best Director.
Yeah. What do you think, Big?
Well, I am shocked we've crested the 4 hour. We've surpassed 4 hours. Unbelievable efforts, guys.
Yeah.
I am so proud of us. I'm so proud of you guys. The Oscars, of course, is Sunday night. Conan O'Brien hosts again, so that's as I mentioned before, that's going to be a very popular watch in my household. I just really let me just end on a kind of a sappy note. I I am much newer to trying to watch and appreciate films, and I just love getting to do this with you guys. And by extension, I just love now the payoff of watching the Oscars and having an idea of so many of these movies and my own opinions. And it's just taken it to a whole different level for me. And so thank you guys. I really, really appreciate this is a highlight of the year every year.
Hell yeah.
Mine too, man. Hell yeah.
So let's cut it there. If you happen to stay with us this whole time, God bless you. Thank you for listening. Thank you to Roback, our title sponsor, and join the nest. If you haven't joined the nest, join the nest. You can watch a video of DJ and Tim from Orlando a couple months ago. So with that, good night, goodbye,
Night and good luck.
enjoy the Oscars.